Good evening, everyone, and welcome. Welcome to that, Unibond won't let me say the name of the stream tonight. They just rang me up and they said, you're not allowed to swear. We said this in the contract. There's gonna be no swearing. I said, well, I made a poster. I made an image with like construction tape on it, and you could see Churchill there, and I put an asterisk in for you. Is that gonna be all right? And unsustainable voice. Let me tell you something. I decided to do this voice much earlier in the afternoon, after deciding I could sustain it for 2 hours or so. But then I did it. From the moment I decided I could do it for 2 hours, for about 4 hours, to myself, in my room, and now I'm having some doubts. Now my voice really hurts. But it's now. I've made these decisions, and now we're in. We've gone live. Welcome to, I'm sorry, I can't say the name of the stream or Unibond will pull out entirely. Catch you up here in the first few seconds. I've just gone live. There's no plot. I've stopped in the middle of what would have been some opening exposition to explain why I'm probably going to be stopping and sipping on a lot of water tonight. Because what I've got now is a tickle, but within half an hour it's gonna be irritation, and in about 90 minutes it's gonna hurt. No, it's gonna last the whole stream. I've got the weekend to be quiet. Friday's the night where we get loud and we say, hey, I can't say the name of the stream, but you know what I'm getting at. I need a new, my catchphrase is gone. My name of the stream is gone. If any of you paisans out there, just feel free to donate in, and maybe we'll rename the stream. We'll get a new catchphrase out there. So let me tell you, tonight it's a gripe stream. It's for us guys to hang out. I'm just gonna be driving around Shields, where I live, after I emigrated from the US of A. Now I live in Shields with my lovely family, and let me tell you, oh boy, it's a lot of work loving these guys. They love me all the time, and they just want me. You're right, I have picked up the Shields accent. I used to be very broad, American, non-specific, not sure where in America kind of guy. Now I'm specifically, I'm Shields. Sheffields. Well, I'm just going to be driving around tonight. Let me also tell you, I've only just learned to drive. I'm not clear on why my car keeps stalling when I stop at lights. That's not something I've been able to deal with effectively. I'm not really very clear. You can see most of the interface that I can see, but I am blocking the thing that shows you what gear I'm in. But I'll just tell you when I change gears. Right now I'm in neutral. So, what have we covered so far? 1, I need to have a new catchphrase and name of the stream, because I can't say the current one, because Unibond have been getting up my ass. They've been getting up my ass up there, these adhesives. 2, this is a gripe stream. It's just for men, and it's just for men over the age of 43, of which I trust all of you would have been picked up by the capture and chucked out if you're not part of that demographic. I'm not supposed to get Unibond off my ass. I'm trying to get them out of my ass, you know? I'm trying to dodge the sanctions from the sponsor. Now, second thing is, this is a gripe stream. Any of you men want to ring in here, go on the open voice channel on Discord, find a channel that says that's BS, and you can just call in and you can complain about anything, and then I'll agree with you, and I'll say my catchphrase once I've got one. For now, I just need to leave my apartment. I live in here with my 2 daughters and my wife, who I hate. And now I just need to set off and drive around. I can see from my readout that I've been clipping the whole time because I'm talking really loud. Let me turn myself down a little bit. I've been clipping really hard. Okay, that should be a little bit better on the mix. What are their names? My wife's name is Pam. My eldest daughter's name is Elizabeth, and my younger daughter is called Cynthia. And they love me very much, but I don't love them, sadly. That's something I've been able really to admit outside of these streams, which I guess in universe I've done for years. Named after the Queen. I didn't even know there was a Queen when I named her. Okay, let's press the clutch, put her in reverse, put key in the ignition, start that up, left turn signal, and then gently, on the little left there you can see a readout of what I guess are 3 pedals. The pedal on the right, I think, represents the pressure I'm putting on the accelerometer with my foot, but I'm using this control input, which isn't very sensitive. You're either throttling it or you're not pressing it, which is not how the game is supposed to be played. The game of driving a car and shields in real life. Okay, let's try and pull out. Oh no, I've got the parking brake down, I think. I had the parking brake down, and we're off. There we go. Careful. No, I've gone too far. Okay, not good. Okay, and now stop going backwards on the clutch. And first gear, stop indicating, and now go forwards. Where my seatbelt is on. Seatbelt has been activated, and now we'll just drive around and just try to be calm, you know. I'm really enjoying the spamming of the emotes. If you can do that, absolutely. Take the world to rights. And yeah, this is a gripe stream. If anyone wants to come in and have any gripes, you know, you're more than welcome. It's just guys here. This is you know, what they might say in Harvard is a safe space, you know. What's this guy's name? I've had a big think about whether he's me or sort of somehow a fictionalized version of me or some completely independent guy, and I haven't come to a fixed agreement on that. I haven't really decided. I'll work it out. I could probably work it out over the next 2 hours. Beauty salon, lovely. Kind of thing. My wife's always trying to get me to moisturize, and I say no. I need these spots. The reason I had to leave today is my eldest Elizabeth. She's learning the piccolo. Have you heard about this? The piccolo. She's up there hooting and hollering, pooping and popping. I'm thinking I can make better sounds come out of my ass all day long, you know? And I'm hearing it and I think, oh my god, what a fucking clown show. And she comes down and she goes, Mom, Dad, can we get Cynthia and we'll play Uno? Have you heard of this? Uno. I'm thinking,
hello?
Oh, who's this? Welcome to, well, I can't say the name of the stream. Well, hello.
I just want to complain and say that I think you're doing a well. First of all, say I think you're doing a very brave thing by challenging the authorities the way you are. There aren't nearly enough voices for men out there just now. It's terrible. But I wanted to talk about I don't know if it's the left. I don't know who's done this, but what are your feelings? Yeah, yep, that guy there.
I'll get him. You're telling me this guy's woke? I'll get him. Follow that car.
I just think it's I think it's absurd that you can't legally read Twitch chat while you're driving a car these days. And I wanted to know what your thoughts on.
Sorry. Please continue.
Yeah,
he's got him. I think that's him there. He's still on the roundabout.
We'll get him the next time he comes round.
He's right there, I think. 1 second. I need to go in reverse. Sorry, please continue. I didn't mean to interrupt.
Yeah. I was just wondering what your thoughts are on the the fact that you can't legally read Twitch chat while you're driving these days, or they'll put you in jail.
Can't do anything without getting put in jail. You know, but these fat cats, they haven't heard of a little thing called text-to-speech. I get Siri, I get it to read out all my messages on Twitch chat, 10% speed, and by the following morning, when I'm falling asleep at the wheel, I've just about caught up. The problem is you don't get to see the funny emotes. It's just read out as colon, Unicode, some kind of squid, colon. You have to do a lot of mental imaging myself. I can't see images in my brain though. Just like old men over 43, I have aphantasia. Something the left don't understand.
I'm going now, but I just thought these people that are imposing their ridiculous beliefs on our ability to look at the road and text, read the chat, speak, phone calls at the same time. We should be basically be doing everything.
We should be allowed to do. We pay taxes, right?
I'm pretty sure I do. I pay for my phone bill. I pay for my internet.
I should be allowed to do this.
I mean, that's what the council tax is for, right?
That's what my tax is for. I paid for this.
Anyway, I'm gonna go, but you keep fighting.
Thanks so much.
Keep up the fight. It's so good to have someone raising a voice for us downtrodden guys out there.
That's great. Now see when this gets picked up by GB News. You'll be able to say I was here on the ground floor. I was the first guy. Oh, before you go, you go. I'm really struggling to think what this stream could be called now that I've been told that, well, the previous stream name and catchphrase was a swear. Do you have anything I could replace it with?
All I've got off the top of my head is driving and thriving.
Yeah,
and
okay.
each of those has an apostrophe, so it's driving, N apostrophe, apostrophe, thriving apostrophe.
I like that.
But I don't know if that might be a little bit too highbrow for some of the listeners.
Viewers. It's the left that are idiots. The left is stupid. Marx is dead. I'm alive. I'm here. I'm on Twitch. You're probably not even
allowed to use apostrophes these days.
Well, but not for much longer. We should use as many apostrophes as we can. Mods, I don't know how this is set up, but Joseph C. Stripe has just tipped for the new catchphrase. Core blimey, I can't Adam and Eve it. Which that's I'm happy to say.
I couldn't don't think any of us could have put that any better.
If any mods have the ability to do this, if any mods have the ability to change the stream title, I green light that. Call Blimey, would you, Adam and Eve, the pilot. House's complete renovation. Now this is what I like to see. Industry. Things are getting bigger. Things are getting built. Who's it getting built by? Probably men. Oh, I've hit something. What did I hit? Oh, I'll have to set an editor at some point. Call Blimey, will you Adam and Eve it? I'm stuck on the grass. Oh, maybe I've hit an invisible wall. Okay. So anyway, she's saying if I stall, I have to stall, but also I think I have to go backwards. I think I'm moving slowly. But anyway, my daughter's coming down. She said, hey, can we get Cynthia and play Uno? And I'm thinking, oh my god, I'd rather suck on a gun than be here in this clown show. And I said, honey, just tell the kids I need to go out and get a novelty lighter from Wix. And that was hours ago, and I'm stuck on some kind of verge. Gripe guy.
I'm really glad that we finally have a safe space for men. Thank you for making this little corner of the internet.
Preach it, brother. I think we're getting too, how do you call it? Marginalized.
Exactly. You know what's really cheesed me off today?
Oh yeah, what's really got your goat, brother?
I saw in the news that there's a new law coming in at midnight.
What? Oh my god. Let me guess. It's some kind of law that restricts male behavior. Fuck. Oh fuck.
They're making it illegal to do a poo.
Another law that exclusively affects men.
They can't keep doing this.
They can't keep doing this. If I can't shit, what's the point? So when does this come in?
At midnight, so I don't know how long you're going to be driving for, or if you've got any sort of facilities in your car.
Well, I guess I'd better drive to a toilet. At midnight
yeah, is there a nearby
tonight,
service station? Yeah, midnight tonight.
you're just not going to be allowed to do a poo?
No.
I mean, that's... Call Blimey, would you Adam and Eve it?
Gonna get locked up for it.
It's the new lockdown. Gotta keep all the poo inside your body. Hang on, let me... I think you can consult a map. Hang on. Let's see if there's a toilet. There's definitely some way of setting a route. There's some way of... Oh, I've really smashed it. Oh, it's me. I didn't know it was me.
Sorry, your voice changed there. Is that...
Yeah, I got thrown. I got thrown. I got thrown. It doesn't matter. I'm still authentic.
Is this your first sat nav, or is it a new sat nav? I know they can do that sometimes.
It's my first time driving.
Oh yeah. Good luck. Hope you can get to a toilet in time.
I hope I get a chance to shit before the moon comes out.
Good luck with the rest of the stream.
Thanks so much, and thanks for letting me know. This is big news. This will be the opposite of Independence Day for men. What's the opposite of Independence Day? Poo Prison Day. I think we'll probably settle on a better name than that, but you get the idea. Oh, I'm very sorry. Just two men bumping into each other. Nothing wrong with that. Okay, big list of traffic violations coming up on the right there. They did look woke. I think I saw a tracksuit in them. Probably doing exercise. Exercise is one of the wokest things you could do, I'm afraid. Gets your body in touch with the moon. The moon? What's wrong with Britain? Or America? What's wrong with shields? Okay, there is a way. There is a way to consult a map. I just wish I knew what. That's illegal. That's illegal. That's illegal. That's illegal. Okay. Okay, well. Maybe we just need to look for a toilet with our eyes. Just head over. Indicate left. Nope, that's just illegal what I'm doing. Go back. Okay. Just try and calm down. Stay in first gear and look for a toilet. That road's closed. I think we've got a few drivers in. Okay. I fucked up and I put the parking gear on and I need to reverse maybe. Okay, we're back. So yeah, I love my family and I think they love me, and I think that's the problem. Neville Pintside said, really enjoyed Johnny's Truth Hour. Call Blimey Would You, Adam and Eve. Of course, and if people get tired of Call Blimey Would You, Adam and Eve, we can move on. We can try another catchphrase. We can change the stream title as many times as you like, really. Maybe if I just coast here for a moment, I can change the stream title. God blimey, would you, Adam and Eve? I am still indicating. That needs to stop. Okay, where's the best place? Probably need to find a boozer. British love a boozer, don't they? You all British? Not me. I've only been here 2 weeks. Got married and had 2 kids. So I'm naturalized. Stop at the light. And then I bet you anything I've stalled. Yeah, and then I need to start the engine again. Does anyone who drives knows how to not do that?
Hey, how you doing?
Hey! Welcome!
Hey, you having some sort of engine problem there?
I'm working it out, it's okay. Hey, you got some kind of gripe here? This isn't some kind of tip stream. Oh my oh my days. God blimey!
Hey, you're driving there.
I'm driving right here. I'm me, and I inhabit the space that my voice is coming from. Don't bash. How can I help
if I
you?
wrecked up my car like that, my wife would give me such a problem.
She'd be shouting. Well, maybe not shouting, but she'd say, "Are you okay? What happened?" And it's like, oh my god, I'd rather suck on a gun than talk about what happened, what's going to happen, or any of the processes that I can feel inside my body or mind. Do you get me?
Yeah, I'm picking up what you're putting down.
Do you know where I can find a toilet?
You tried a bar or a restaurant?
I'm looking for a bar. I've seen an advert. I've seen a park. I've seen a building site. I can see a bank. I can see a food shop. A lot of groceries around here. I can see what looks to me like a little kiosk. A little place that does kebab. I used to be a kebab review YouTuber. My channel was called "How Good's This Kebab Gonna Be?" Put it in the comments now.
Now that's interesting to me. And I want to pick on a little detail.
Yeah?
You said you were a reviewer, but then you're asking the chat, the comments, to review the kebab for you. Now, how does that work? I can't get it through my brain.
Sounds to me you've not heard of a little word called an entrepreneur. So I'm up there saying I'm doing the work. But I got these guys, right? The chat.
It's mooks.
The comment, these little dweebs, you know? We got these Poindexters in the chat. They're crunching the numbers. They're looking at the kebab. And they're going, that's a 7 out of 10.
You collating? Is that what you're doing?
Yeah. Are
you collating the...
Are you extrapolating from information in the video? Because I know you can't taste it. Pretty impressive. And I don't pay them a dime. In fact, YouTube gives me £1 per million views just to make those videos. And I spend those on novelty lighters from Wix, which I throw at the dog.
No, I don't know how much a pound is. I'm not well traveled. My wife, she's always going on these European cruises, and they got all sorts of currency. She comes back with it. She's got these coins. She says, "Oh, can you get them changed?" But I don't know what they are.
My wife's always saying, "That's a euro," and I go, "No, that's a place. Euro's where you went. This is a coin."
No, I've got one big gripe about my wife, and I'm gonna go, and you're not gonna believe this.
Can I say I already know that I hate your wife? Is that like mystic? Oh my god. Fucking clown show.
So, my wife the other day, she says to me, "I'm the second best guy on the force." Can you believe that?
Are you a cop? Are you a cop?
I am. I don't want to go into my work.
Oh my, no, let me park up and salute you, sir. 1 second. Oh my god. Oh, thank you, sir, for everything you do for us. We men, thank you so much. Thank you so much. If you could, I'd suck on a gun and give you a 12-gun salute right down my throat.
Thank you for your appreciation of my service.
What you do is so important. I saw a kid the other day with a yo-yo, and I was thinking, if I was a cop, that kid would never go home. Who's give this kid a yo-yo?
These kids with these trends. Anyway, I thought my wife, she was being nice to me for once, saying I'm the second best cop on the force.
Yeah.
But then she tells me there's 80 guys tied for first place.
Oh my god, and how big's the force? How big's your local precinct?
There's only 81 guys
in your department.
You believe that?
Oh my god. Feels like all women just want us to suck a gun, you know? I'm gonna rev up. I'm going to third gear.
Thanks for letting me get that off my chest. I'm gonna
thank
go now.
you. It's an honor.
Bye.
Goodbye. Just gonna drift for a second while I check on the most recent donations and then try to quickly gain control of the car again. Thank you very much to Josie Russell for that £3 donation. I have been saying suck a gun as much as I possibly can. And it's not that I hate my wife. I said my wife, I have a how you call it, a head canon that my wife actually hates me. She earns all the money. She's a regional head of education. Oh my god, fucking, oh my life. Suck a gun. Okay, I shouldn't have gone so whole hog on the slider about random traffic accidents. Okay. Oh my god, the woke skulls are out in force.
Hi, is this the Gripe guy?
Hi, yeah, it's me, Michael Gripe.
Hi,
Welcome to the stream.
My name's Darren. I've got a bit of a gripe.
Yeah? Fire away.
I'm calling from the Unibond marketing department. We paid a lot of money for the sponsorship on this show, and not once have you really mentioned Unibond since the beginning of the show.
Well, I could do a... You haven't really given me a lot of materials to work with. I don't... What do you make? What is Unibond? Adhesive? Come on, speak plain English. What are you talking about? A glue?
I mean, we've given you plenty of our products to sample, and we were just expecting a little bit more from this.
Yeah, they stank. What are they?
I
gave it to my dog to play with, and he's sick.
Like, we put money into you instead of GB News. We had options, and you're not even promoting us.
Well, I can't not allow glue in the car. My wife said if you start gluing stuff in the car, we'll go crash again.
I mean, is there any chance you could maybe put a Unibond logo on your dashboard or something? Just make sure we're there. This is expensive for us, you know. We're a small company. We're struggling. Not a lot of people have been buying adhesive during lockdown.
I'll meet you halfway. I could talk about the Unabomber. Is he one of your guys?
No. I'm afraid the Unibomber. Well, I'm not afraid the Unibomber's not one of us. I'm very glad the Unibomber's not one of us. That would be that would in some ways be a worse sponsorship deal than this one.
Okay, I'll roll that offer back then. Let me tell you, that offer's off the table. You want me to talk about glue? Have I got that right?
I'd like you to talk. Well, we just need to mention the products. You know, it's. We could have sponsored headliners on GB News, and we're stuck with this now. So.
Okay, I'll do like an ad read now if you like.
Okay, that would be great. Thank you.
And are you okay with the current catchphrase and stream title?
We have had some complaints about Core Blimey, Would You Adam and Eve It? Apparently that is copyrighted to the Bible.
Oh right, even Core Blimey, is that also covered by the same copyright?
Yes, that is covered by the same copyright.
Right. It's crazy how much stuff you can trace back to that book. Okay, well you'll be glad to know that the current catchphrase and title is suck a gun. Do you use like glue guns? Because that could
if you could make it suck a glue gun, that would be appreciated.
Suck a glue gun. Yeah, let me just get on this verge and I'll change the title. Suck a glue gun.
Brought to you by Unibond.
I seem to have hit a bit of a heap. Suck a glue gun. Sponsored by the Unabomber.
No,
okay.
Unibond.
Unibond. Okay. Unabonder. Okay, great. It's been great doing business with you. Thanks so much, and I'm willing to take the note as well. I understand it's just the pilot. I've not brought my A game. I've only just learned to drive, and I've.
No, we can see that.
Well, okay.
I would question whether you've learned.
Well, I've not given you credit. Let me tell you, your glue fucking tastes like ass.
Well, maybe
when I sucked one of your guns, I felt sick.
Maybe you should stop sucking your glue gun. Yeah.
Well, I'm trying to do you guys a favor. If I only know Rate My Takeaway. I've never reviewed anything else. I only know how to review by taste.
We just need you to know, Unibond are watching.
The Unibomber's watching.
You are on a footpath.
Oh yeah, I'm just looking for a. I think I've left a playable area. Okay. Oh, okay. Whoops. Okay, okay now. Press the clutch, first gear, gently on the accelerator, and then back we go. Look, I'm sorry if we've got off on the wrong foot. I will taste some more of your glue And I'll
I
make sure to bring
appreciate
it up
the
more.
advertising you're giving to our adhesive products by getting stuck. That is greatly appreciated.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I'm finding I'm sticking to quite a lot of things. Just like I'm sticking to my guns, sucking on a gun, and of course, metaphorically shooting into the sky to celebrate the freedom of men. Oh, dip the clutch.
Well, I'll let you get back to some proper callers now. We just need to make sure you're aware of your obligations to the company.
Look, I'll take the note. I'm a slow learner, but I never stop asking for favors. So if that in any way helps you feel more secure about our business relationship, I will never not email you in future.
It
So
does
you,
not make us
you
feel more
need to
secure
find
at
a
all.
way
Thank
to
you.
you need to find a way to tolerate me, because I'm here and I'm not going anywhere.
No, we need to find a way to tolerate you because we did sign a 12-month contract.
And that could
Purely
be good
legal
for
obligation.
both of us. I think that could work out.
Thank you for your time. Just know we're watching.
Thank you for your time, your money, and the feedback, but not in that order. Oh. Okay, well, thank you very much to Yada, maybe some sort of Scandinavian name there, for the feedback on how to drive. We just need to find somewhere to shit before the moon comes up. And as
Hello?
well, this isn't my only... Oh, hello?
Oh,
Who am I
Hello?
speaking with, please?
could I get 500 grams of red seedless, please?
Of what?
500 grams of red seedless.
Red seedless what?
This is this the grape stream? I was told
grape
to call
stream?
for grapes, and I want some grapes. I want 500 grams of red seedless grapes.
Are you an angry man over the age of 43?
Yes.
Then I'll get you your gripes, no worries. I think there's a food stall somewhere around here.
That's great. Thank you. Bye.
Bye! See, you can't, here's a note to Unibond. You can just have a productive conversation with someone. It doesn't always have to be critical. Doesn't always have to be, I think I'm out of gas. I think I've run out of gas. Oh, what do you do when you've run out of gas? I think there was a... Oh, no. Maybe I just stalled. I think I'm going to run out of gas, though. Listen, can anyone look up this game and find out how to plan a route, or even look at the map? I need to find a toilet. Can you check the gauge? Well, I'm sort of obscuring the gauge. The gauge is in the top left, and it says E, and the E is flickering. Can't be done right because of the left. Please don't spam that. Don't put that word in. I'll have Unibond again coming up my, peach emoji. Explain the donation goal. Yeah, if we hit £100 ever, this will come back, but with actual wheel peripherals, maybe some pedals, whatever I can get, really. Press M for map. Oh, that's good. That's good. Okay, that's parking coming up. That's a shop. I didn't know there was a shop. That's an area of interest. Some fuel. Okay. And now I've marked a route. Great. Okay. Now we're headed to get some fuel. Let's go. So yeah, I do this. This is my new job, and I also do rate my well, my YouTube channel is called I Wonder If This Kebab's Any Good. Put what you think of the kebab in the comments. My long channel title. But really, my main job is I work at the gym, and I go in. I'll see some men training, and I'll go up to them and I'll say, hey, if you tried doing it like this, they'll go, oh yeah, that's a bit better, thank you. And I'll say, hey, no problem, that'll be 15 pounds. And they go, what? Well, actually, they're all British, so they go, you what? And I say, well, that's 15 pounds. And they go, well, you what? Why would that be 15 pounds? And I go, I just helped you out, didn't I? That tip costs 15 pounds, so I want 15 pounds. And they go, yeah, but I didn't ask you to do anything, so why have I got to pay you 15 pounds? They go, have you ever heard about a free flipping market, you fucking clown? I helped you out, now you owe me 15 pounds. I need to pay for a surgery for my wife. And they go, I don't understand. I didn't ask you for any help. I was just in the gym on my own, and why don't you use the National Health Service? And I go, the National what? The National Clown Show? My wife has Legionnaire's disease from drinking from the hot tap. I said, honey, you can't drink from the hot tap. That's too hot for you. And she goes, she's British as well. Oh, but it's just the same pipes though, isn't it? It's just the same pipes. I go, no, the hot tap's poison. The hot tap's got poison in it. You can't drink that. He goes, oh, I think it'll be okay. I think it's the same plumbing. I go, no, you'll get... I wonder, I said, you'll get Legionnaire's disease. He goes, oh, I don't mind. We've got the National Health Service. I go, I don't know what that is. I don't know what you're saying. And that's my job. I can make about £5 an hour if I really get angry. Look at this. This is why I love Great Britain. You could be driving along and there's some sort of geometry that you can pay fleeting attention to on your way to a shop, or in my case, to refuel with the old gasoline. Okay, an additional hour and 15 minutes of this coming right up. This is it. This is the limits of what this is. Oh no, we're here. Okay, easy. Okay, refuel. To fuel your car, stand on the right side of the fuel pump. Oh, right. The right side, okay. Just... Oh yeah, the clutch. Okay, we'll loop around and then we'll come back in. Okay, look right. Left. I think we're safe. Oh, we're not safe. Okay. How do you stop without stalling the car? No, that wasn't safe with me. Okay. Just gonna loop. I genuinely do want to know how to stop without stalling. How in real life do you stop the car at the lights without stalling the car? Clutch and then brake. Okay. You just use the clutch for everything, eh? Okay. C and B. Yeah, actually, this is a safe space to talk about C and B. And prostate cancer and the rest of it. Okay. Parking brake on. Stand on the right side of the fuel pump. Apply the parking brake. Done. Shift to neutral. Neutral done. The fuel filler flap is on the other side of the car. Please go to the other. What do you mean the other side of the car? What do you mean the other side of the car? You're telling me I'm on the wrong side of the bump again? Okay. Parking brake off. First gear. Clutch down. Key in the accelerator. And we're bumpily off. Okay. We're coming back around. I'm just looping around. We are going to run out of fuel very soon. Okay, we're safe on that side. I can't see through the divider in my window. Okay, we're okay. Cannot just reverse. Reversing seems really difficult. It's easy to always go forwards. Okay. It's like a thing that touches the engine more or less. You put it up or down to change. I don't understand. What? It's okay. I'm also not an amazing driver. Once we're fueled up, I'm going to look at the map, decide somewhere to go, and then solicit some more gripes. Oh no, I went on the wrong side again. Okay, let's see if I can loop without leaving the forecourt of the gas station. Okay. Oh, and yeah, if ever you're stuck, wouldn't it be better to be stuck with a Unibond adhesive? The glue tastes like shit, but it could get you out of the muck if you need to combine some objects. Okay. Parking brake done. Shift to neutral. Neutral. Hold enter. Okay. Your car cannot be fueled as you have run out of the available fuel on your card. I've got a card that needs to get topped up. Start your car and leave the fuel. How do I top up the card? Okay. I've only got a tiny amount of fuel. I've only got a very small amount of fuel. I guess I don't fully understand. Okay, parking brake off. Engine starting. Clutch. Engine. Accelerate. Oh, no. Clutch. First gear. Clutch. Turn the parking brake off. Turn the parking brake off. Key in the ignition. And then start the car. Okay, bumpy, but we're going. Bumpy, but we're going. Well. Oh, sorry. You scared the bejeebus out of me.
Oh, so sorry, friend. It's just
Ready
Jenny
to
from.
suck on a gun. Sorry, continue.
It's just Jenny from Unibond PR here. One of my
I've
colleagues.
just spoken with you guys. I'm doing my best now. You're busting my balls.
Listen, I know one of my colleagues just gave me a call because they thought you might be struggling with thinking of things you could say about Unibond that were not maybe polite. So I just sent over a couple of ad placements that you can use if you'd like.
Sorry, what did you just say?
Get a
Polite?
briefing call. Well, I just think, if we're paying you, it'd be nice for you to say nice things about Unibond, not it tastes like shit.
Polite, nice things. Let me ask you something. Are
Sure.
you woke?
Well,
Excuse me? I'm looking for a yes or no answer here, please.
No, then. I don't think I fall on either side of the political spectrum. I don't care about politics. It doesn't matter either way.
Neutral.
Yeah.
That's good. The neutrals always tend to ultimately be aligned with us. Okay, I consider you an ally.
Okay, great. Also, I messaged over a couple of things you can use. Just if you find yourself running out of things to say, you could just read one of those out instead of saying, suck on a glue gun, or this tastes like shit, or don't feed it to your dog because my dog's dead now. Just maybe
Suck
think
on a
about
glue gun was sanctioned by one of your guys.
Yeah, sure, I know. So I just calling to help you out, really, give you some support.
Yeah, and I'm sorry for getting angry. I'm just...
Well, that's okay.
Just the more I drive, the more I realise I'm going to run out of fuel and have to go home and play Uno, and I'm... One of these days, I just think maybe I will suck on a gun.
Well,
A
okay.
Unibond glue gun, which tastes like shit.
Yeah, this is exactly what I'm talking about. So,
No
you know,
good.
just I appreciate you having some struggles with fuel, so I'll let you get back to sorting that out. But when you get a chance, just take a quick look through and maybe see if you can work some of those things in instead.
Where am I going to find these ad reads?
They're just in your Discord direct messages, like all of your professional communication.
Right, okay. Well, let me just pull up to a verge.
Alright, perfect. Thank you so much. I'll let you go now, Sean. Have a great one,
My
alright?
name's Michael Cripe.
Alright, take care, Michael.
See you later.
See ya. Bye-bye.
Okay, I'm just gonna park up in I'm gonna park up in a shop car park, and then we'll do a proper ad read, I think. We'll earn our keep. Sorry I couldn't play Uno. I was working. Do you understand? I'm putting food on the table. If I wasn't out there busting my balls, you wouldn't even have Uno. Okay, how do I get into this car park? Have you found a toilet? I'm trying to get into in the supermarket car park, and then maybe I could, you know, deposit a load. If you know what I mean. I wonder if I'm still clipping. I'm only just not clipping. Oh. Where is this place? Hang on. I will do a read, but I'm very curious about a shop is listed as a significant. I'm going. There's a shop right here. Do you see the map up top? Well, I shouldn't be. I'm probably still clipping. I should learn how to speak quietly. Okay, this is probably wrong. Nope, it's somehow allowed. Okay, but then this is probably wrong. Yep.
Hi, just to check, it's Darren from Unibond here again.
Yeah, I was just speaking with your associate.
Yeah, I've had some concerns come through from Jenny that you might do an ad read whilst dropping a load, as you put it, and I'm not sure entirely comfortable with linking our brand to your excretions.
Listen, you probably aren't connected to the world of politics, connected to the world of saying it how it is. There's a new law coming out at midnight, and it affects only men.
Right.
Have you heard about this?
I've not heard about this new law, no.
They're making it illegal to do a poo.
What, completely?
Yeah.
Like, you can't excrete at all?
You see how crazy it sounds when you say it like that?
But do you not see how great an ad opportunity this is for us? That we can advertise Unibond as a way of sealing your anus shut, so that you no longer are able to. Do you not see how this can work in our favour?
You want to roll out anti-poo glue?
All I'm saying is that you could use this in our favour, and in your complaint about this new law.
But I hate the law. I don't want to be teaching people how not to poo. This is victimization of men, the gender that poos.
All I'm saying
The poo
is that
human.
all I'm saying is that if you advertise our plu, as people are already calling it on the streets.
Sorry, plu.
Yes, it's already being called that on the streets.
Right. I need to drive around more.
Yeah, you do really, but you know you keep getting
I
stuck
should
in
wind
there.
my
You should not
windshield
supposed
down
to
so
be
I can
at
hear
petrol
some of this.
stations. But if you advertise, like, this could work out very beneficial financially for all of us.
Now you're talking.
So, have you ever considered maybe going along with this law for money?
Would I, an anti-woke man who is partially emotionally removed from his immediate family, somehow bend my principles for money,
Let
I'll
me
have
just
to
say
think
this.
about that. Yes, I will.
Okay, great. I'm glad you're on board so quickly. So if you could just in this next bit, maybe when talking about this new law, just throw in a plug as how to deal with the new law. Just throw in some clue.
Now, one quick question about this: am I allowed to use the word ass? Because that's gonna.
Sorry, can you? Is it too late to edit that out?
This is live.
Okay. This is live.
Maybe if I could honk the horn, that could act as some kind of a beep out. Can I say ass?
Could you perhaps not?
Okay. I'll try. But if I do say it, I'll beep it out.
If you do say it, can you try and say it without it involving maybe like 4 A's? Could you maybe shorten it so it isn't as dragged out?
Ass.
That's better for us.
Is that more comfortable for you? Ass.
That's more comfortable.
Okay.
I'm liking the suggestions coming in here of we've got butthole being suggested. That seems fine. But yeah, if you could just, we'll work with what you've got there. The S's are fine.
Okay, I'll take a dry run now. Let me take a look at this document you sent over.
Is this the document from Jenny?
Yeah, it's a full Google Doc. It's got fonts. This thing is formatted. Right.
I'm glad that Jenny's doing what we pay her for. At least someone here is.
Absolutely, people here are earning their keep, and I'd say I'm included in that.
We'll see.
Okay.
I'll let you get on with Jenny's ad reads, but when you get onto the topic of the new law, just remember, if you need some assistance, get some plue.
Remember the plue, the anti-poo glue. Okay.
Thank you.
Let's get big in the screen. Strong, simple, and innovative. The Unibond Strong Bonding Range is the ultimate tool for making DIY easier. From the repair range and epoxy formats to the innovative No More Nails, Unibond has the product for use for any job, indoors and out. All with instant grab technology, which allows you to simply stick it up your ass and simply seal your ability to do a poo into the past. New Plue from Poony Bond. Poony Bond sounds bad. Good ad lib up until Poony Bond, which I saw Josie Russell type, said it and it didn't sound nice coming out of my mouth. Oh, Jenny and Unibond's coming through. My wages are here. New catchphrase: Unibond, seal your anus with us. Very good. Well, that will be my new expression of dismay, I guess. W in the chat for my wages. I have earned my keep. Oh, looks like that particular hotkey on this interface brings up a completely blank menu overlay that I can resize, but it has no information on it, and I can't get rid of it. Oh, I guess if I press it again, yeah, it goes away. Okay, pretty cool feature. Oh, is it a chat box? Should we? That would imply. Yeah, it is. Wrong name. Hello. Wrong name. Ivan. Wrong name. I don't know what this is. It does imply multiplayer, which is very interesting. Okay, let's get. Where am I? Where am I going? Let's bring up the map. This is quite a big. We literally haven't left this little bit of space. Over here, there's a spanner. Maybe we'll find out what the spanner does. There's only one spanner visible on the map. Maybe it's important. Why was this car was made in Russia, so I thought maybe that's just the first Russian name I think of. Do I have enough fuel? I don't know. Any cheat codes maybe would be useful. Let's put it on second gear. Oh boy, my wife's gonna kill me. Look at this. Look at this mess. My wife's gonna have my guts for garters. And I'm gonna say, well, when's International Men's Day? When's Richard Herring's copyrighted International Men's Day?
Have I come to the right place for a gripe?
You are, as long as you're a man over the age of 43 and you live in South Shields, you can gripe about whatever you want.
Yeah, I'm very manly, me. That's what I want to gripe about.
Too manly.
Yeah, well...
Pull the
so
other one.
I'll tell you what, right, so I don't know if you know about this, but they've made Doctor Who a woman, and that's completely denied me all positive manly role models.
Doctor Who?
Doctor Who? Doctor Who? Yeah.
I'm from America. Doctor Who?
Oh, it's like... It's a doctor?
They've let a woman be a doctor?
They've let a woman be a doctor.
On the National Health Service?
Yeah, that's right.
No wonder you guys have COVID.
Exactly. Well, anyway, I tell you what though, because there's no positive role models, I've had to take up a life of crime. And
me too.
Right? I know.
Not on purpose, though. I keep reneging on contracts and bumping into cars.
Oh, that's bad. I've been kidnapping dogs and writing the word plonker on them in felt pen. And
does felt pen adheres well to the fur of a dog?
It does.
I tell you what would adheres quite well. Some of Unibond's ultra thick sealants.
Oh, that sounds good. Do they make that for men though? Because that sounds quite womanly.
I heard if a woman even touches it, she is immediately deported. Oh my god.
Good. Alright, thanks for letting me have a gripe.
Hey, no problem. Us men need to stick together.
Yeah.
And remember to check for prostate cancer.
Yeah. Definitely.
Well, Unibot. Wait, what's my catchphrase? Hang on. Unibond, seal your anus with us. Said it too late. I think you've gone. I think I'm on my own again. Oh. Okay. I really am quite curious about the idea that there's a currency in the game necessary to buy fuel, and I don't know how to acquire any.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey! Is this in-universe the guy from before?
Yeah, I'm the same guy. I was in the car before, and here's the thing. I got out of the car, and something you said just wrinkled in my brain, and I can't get to sleep if I've got a thought in my brain. So I wanted to ask you a question about it.
Of course, officer. I'm happy to comply.
Now, earlier on, you said to me you were looking for a toilet of some sort.
Officer, I still am. I'm driving around looking for what over here and on this side of the pond they call a bog.
No, and forgive me if this is a silly question. Sometimes I get these these kooky ideas in my head. You wouldn't want to be trying to somehow circumvent the new law that's coming in this toilet.
Officer, as far as I understand, any poo I do before midnight tonight is entirely legal. It's not how I behave before the law comes into effect is not covered by the law, is it, officer?
Oh, how you behave before a law exists doesn't come under the purview of that law. Yeah, you're correct.
Yeah,
but
you can't put in the law and then try everyone who behaved in a way before the law was legal. You understand what I'm saying, officer? You're going to be rushed up on all this kind of thing.
I got paperwork from here to my ass.
Well,
I
sorry,
don't have
officer.
time to go for past crimes.
You gave me kind of a range of where the paperwork starts and where the paperwork ends, and I got that it ends in your ass, but I didn't really catch where it starts there. So
it starts from here, and
where's
it goes
that?
to my ass.
Yeah, I get it. It goes to your ass. But where's the first place where the work begins?
It starts from here.
Where's
on,
that?
you get in.
Where are you? I
Here,
don't know where you are.
from where I am, from where I'm pointing, to my ass.
We're in different places. Are we in different places?
I think so. I think we're in different places.
Okay.
Otherwise, we'd be intersecting in some sort of non-Euclidean fashion.
Yeah, we'd be clipping through each other.
I don't go in for that kind of thing. Now, my wife.
Yeah, there's
She
nothing.
loves
Not
to
that
clip
there's
out
anything
about
wrong
us.
with it, but yeah, it's not for me.
Not for me. It gives me a headache. I just wanted to check that we were all clear here, and that nobody is going to try and circumvent and drop a deuce after midnight.
No, only gonna be doing a big poo before midnight, and I'm not gonna intersect with anyone.
Oh, you can intersect with whoever you want, with two consenting adults. Not here to implement the consenting law, the intersecting law. What I'm here to do is just ask this little question that just floats, it's stuck in my mind. I'll let you go now. I just got this feeling that if you find yourself some sort of toilet, you're not gonna stop to check your watch.
Oh, listen, officer, could I ask you a question here? I've always been a great admirer of the cops and of all the things you guys do, and I love thinking about the, how do you call it, the apprehension of criminals.
Yeah, you're a very a verbose man.
Thank you so much. I find that my verbosity is greater accentuated by leaving kind of a pause between any, how might you say, multi-syllabic word. And that really emphasizes that word's longer than the surrounding words in that sentence.
And sometimes you're using, I don't know the word for it, how you say, pattern words to give you a little bit of a run-up before you get particularly...
Yeah, it's like I pick out a word that I'm quite proud of, and I slow right down so that people can appreciate that, how do you say this, like sesquipedalian I'm coming across.
The nicest thing is talking to another guy who everything he says, he has to take a little bit of a run-up to say. Normal people, they just say things that comes off the top of their head like a hat. But me and you, it feels like there's an extra level of effort for every word we're saying, and I feel that's why we're getting along here so well.
Maybe I need to roll something back from that. It feels like maybe in some way, me's and you's, we are intersecting in some ways. We're agreeing. We're inhabiting some kind of overlapping cultural space in our, how you might say, ideological gestalt.
You and me, we're simpatico.
That's
But if
it.
you
That's
put-
the word.
You put one toe out of line.
Oh my god.
You put one toe. And that's over. Our friendship is over. And I just want you to remember that.
I'm so proud you said that. I respect the law before I respect my friends, before I respect my well-being, before I respect my responsibilities towards me and my family. Up at the very top is the law. And
So I'm fine. Let me get this order straight. Top of the
yeah.
top of the line, you've got the law.
Right at the top of the, if you're making of this like a tree,
Coming
Right
in
at
at
the
number
top,
one,
where you
you've
put
got
the
the law.
where you put the star and a Christmas tree.
Yeah.
That's the word of law. That's where that goes.
My wife, she loves Christmas. Now, number two, you've got
My kids,
respect.
it's all about the presents. And it's like, excuse me, darling, have you heard about a guy called Jesus? Because he's sitting at the table right now and he's crying.
Which table is he sitting at?
For Christmas dinner, we lay out a placemat for him. We fill it all up with all the food and we just let it go cold. And we say, Jesus couldn't eat because you were thinking about presents, you were thinking about Santa Claus. You put Jesus right off of his food and he's been crying the whole time. And then we just let the food spoil. And by like the day after Boxing Day, it's like stinking up the whole house. And I'll say, well, whose fault is that, Cynthia?
Oh, me and my wife, we don't have any kids. But if we did, I feel like when my kids are looking away from the dinner table, I'm gonna take a couple of bites at Jesus' meal. So that when they look back, that's magic. They think he's been.
That's so good. What we used to do, we'd take a bit of the table out and we'd let the dog eat the meal from the underside of the table so that the meal would kind of shrink from the inside, so that you could see from the upside of the table. It just looks like the meal shrinking of its own in real time. And you can hear a really wet slurping sound. It sounds like Jesus is really going for it.
Now you gotta forgive me here, because I'm a sort of a stickler for details. And
Yeah,
what you're
okay.
telling me is this meal has the structural strength that if you remove in a Looney Tunes-esque circle underneath it, the table from beneath it, you can get at it and you can eat away. Or am I to believe that it's some sort of spaghetti meal and that you can draw it in a single long strand? Or either of those two possibilities, what I'm sort of imagining here.
It's more like it's a big heaped meal. It's a big heaped, roast dinner with your
It's a
mash.
mound.
Yeah,
It's a mound.
we got yams in there. We got crackers, jokes, little paper hats, everything you Brits love. Well, no, you're not a Brit, but I'm here in Shields.
No.
This is what they like. And it just kind of shrinks away. And we've got a special prepared plate and a special bit at the table. And of course, you can't notice that we've cut that out and stuck that back in because we use a product called Unibond. And that means when you stick those circles back in so the table looks normal, say, for New Year's Eve, you can't see the seams. It's beautiful. I even eat some of the glue on Christmas and it tastes, well, I can't tell a lie to a police officer. It actually tastes like shit. But otherwise, it's pretty good.
Now, I thought up until now, the baby in the manger was the most beautiful Christmas diorama I could imagine. But what you just described to me, it takes the cake. I can't be mad at you. But I really want to reiterate just before I go, that
Okay.
if you put one, maybe two, soon as I'm feeling nice, 2 toes out of line, that's it. It's over.
What's
You're done
over?
for.
What exactly is over?
Alright, I'm off now. Bye.
Okay, well, if ever you need to try to obey this law, remember, why not try and seal up your ass with Unibond, the only plu gun. The only plu gun. Okay, let's, Jenny's tipped £3. Really nice way to bring it back to the product, Michael. Thank you so much. I've learned, I've turned it around. Darren from Unibond has tipped £1. This stream is brought to you by Unibond. Men, prepare your butt for the new law with Unibond. Available in all good hardware stores and B&Q.
Hello.
Hello, welcome. I'm just going to read out 2 tips and then the floor will be yours. Jesus Shaves has tipped £3. No Room at the Inn. And Truth Speaker 420 has tipped £3. This guy is a total clown shoes. My mate's cousin boarded at Eton with him. His real name is Quentin and his dad is the Earl of Gloucestershire. What does that say? His dad is the Earl of Gloucestershire? He was the most famous in the dorm for once getting fingered by an actual dog. Well, that wouldn't have been possible if my anus had been sealed up with Unibond. Caller, the floor is yours.
Oh, hello. It's nice to talk to you. My name's Leslie Metaverse. I'm a long-time listener, first-time caller. And I've got something that I wanted to talk to you about. I'm part of a group on Facebook where we talk about things that were different in the 1970s. You know, like the size of curly whirly bars, that sort of thing.
Wagon wheels were the size of the moon. I understand.
Absolutely true. Yes, you could eclipse the sun with a wagon wheel quite effectively. That's very true. So what I found out, I was doing some general adhesive work in my house, and I was using my late wife's Unibond glue, and it was very effective. But unfortunately, I ran out of it, and I bought some new Unibond glue from the shops, and it just wasn't as effective. So I compared the ingredients of the glue. And the old Unibond was made, as you would expect, like most glues, it was made from pure horse. But it would appear that the new Unibond that is currently available, they've replaced the horse with some kind of soy product. And I don't think that's on. I think that's an affront to my rights to use ground up horse parts to stick maybe a floating shelf to the wall, or perhaps one of those flannel hooks in my bathroom.
I knew it. Unibond have gone woke. I'm so
and the big
sorry.
The real problem is the real problem is there was nothing else I could do. I had to use the soy-based Unibond, and I've been using it for a few months now, and I've started growing breasts. I'm very worried about the contents of the soy Unibond, that it might be transing me, and I'm not sure what to do. Luckily, I do have a unisex name. I am Leslie Metaverse.
Oh, I'm getting a bit of pressure from Unibond to kind of spike this, but I don't want to be encouraging people to sell a product that has anything to do with gender. There's only one gender, and that's being in a car.
Well, I mean, the problem is that without the horses, I mean, it's inevitably going to be a problem. They need to put horses back in Unibond. I think if you get a chance to talk to Unibond people again,
like a bit of horse meat on
really
the
push
side?
the horse issue.
Jenny, where are you? Have you guys gone woke? I'm so sorry that you've been transed. I admittedly don't know a lot about the issue.
I mean, the positive side of it is, of course, that the new law is no longer relevant to me. But I mean, it's a very small silver lining on my poos.
Yeah, no poos is... Well, you're basically going to be in the same situation men are in anyway, right? No one's going to be able to poo. We're basically all going to be trans by tomorrow. The only thing men have left is that they do a shit. Sorry, a shit. We're all gonna be trans soon. No amount of horse is gonna save us. Oh God.
I mean, I have been trying. I have been going to my local stables and touching the horses as much as possible, but
Have you been
there have
biting?
been some problems with that.
Have you been biting the horses?
I've just been, stroking their manes, combing them, imagining what it'd be like if I had maybe some small plastic versions of them that I could play with in my home.
You're really far gone. Oh no, you might be beyond the point of no return. You might never poo again in your life. I bet you don't even know how to switch off the car lamps. Neither do I. Maybe it's because I've not pooed in a while.
I mean, it's difficult to know what my body's trying to tell me these days. I'm having so many feelings.
You've had a feeling?
It's a problem. Yes. The
Oh,
glue has
no,
given me
was it
feelings.
anger?
The glue has given me a feeling that wasn't anger or
What?
like a war.
Oh,
war
you
punch.
were hungry. I get it. You were
the
probably
reason-
hunkering for
the reason
some
I needed
pork
the glue-
scratchings.
The reason I needed the glue in the first place was to fix all the holes in the doors and walls that I had punched because of my pure masculine rage. But now I just feel like I want to maybe hold your hand, and I don't know whether you.
Oh,
like that.
you want to arm wrestle me? Yeah, that's great. Yeah, that's so good. We could do it on the bonnet of my smashed up car.
Have you ever read any J.G. Ballard?
J.G. Ballard, what's that? A guy who makes road signs? Is that a graffiti guy who writes sexual requests on the underpass? I read that guy all the time.
I think you're thinking of J.G. Ballard.
I love that guy.
J.G. Ballard is. I think he'd quite enjoy the state of your car at the moment, and I think he would like if we were both sat in that car with the windscreen broken. Maybe I could rub my leg up against the gear stick and just touch the small of your back or your clavicle, perhaps. I'd love to run my fingers along your clavicle.
I think I'm okay with you fucking the car. But I draw a line at anything that anything that encouraged my wife to go yakety yakety yak, because it's gonna be number one, you have thrown your daughter's piccolo out of the window and the dog has bitten into it. 2, when we were supposed to be playing Uno, you drove around for 3 hours and you've just been ringing Unibond over and over again. 3, the car is smashed. 4, you've come home really late and you're really tired and angry, and your throat is killing you for some reason. And then if I do an affair on top of that, that's it. What am I going to be, a divorced guy drinking Boddingtons and Wicks? That sounds pretty good.
You've given me a lot to think about, and I do like the idea of a divorced guy drinking Boddingtons. I think I'm going to go off now and just have a think about, piccolos and cans of Boddingtons, and just maybe run my fingers up and down them, just to see how it makes me feel. But yes, if you have a chance to talk to Unibond about the horse situation, I'd be very appreciative. It's been weighing on my mind and my upper chest. It's good to talk to you.
I'm gonna bring it up. Okay,
thank you for your service. It's lovely to talk to you. Kiss, kiss.
No. Buy an adhesive. Oh my god. Someone wanted to kiss me using the word kiss and not the action kiss. And part of my heart started beating. And I was thinking, it could be nice to kiss. It could be nice for someone to run their fingers up my back. Does that mean I'm trans? Oh my god, I need to get some fuel. Oh my god. I need to go to the least gendered place there is. The toilet. How do I turn off these lamps? What are the controls? Left thumbstick. Oh, okay. It's probably either KGXB or left thumbstick. Please write this in the chat. KGXB or left thumbstick. Okay. Who was that? Stop the engine.
Hello?
Hello, welcome.
Hi, is that Michael Gray?
Yeah, you're Michael Gripe live here on the Blue stream.
Wow, I can't believe I got through. I'm a big fan. This is Tracy calling from Freedom Stick. We're a right-wing libertarian blue startup. I noticed on your stream that you were having some trouble with Unibond's recent soy-based wokist business practices, and I was wondering if you'd like to re-partner with a 100% pure horse right-wing libertarian blue company?
And you're not gonna turn anyone trans, are you?
No. Here at Freedom Stick, we like 3 things. Raw meat, Ronald Reagan, and XY chromosome men who like those 2 things.
And what do you guys think about, you know, the BBC?
The British Bullshine Corporation, I call them.
That's really good. It sounds like you self-censored a swear right there.
Well, I did, because I'm trying to show respect and deference to your stream by not using a word that you didn't want to use earlier, but I'm realizing now you didn't want to use it because it was at odds with the business practices of the company that I'm trying to dissuade you from.
Exactly, it's part of this Unibond clown show.
Heck, I'll say it. Bullshit.
That's amazing. And if I was signed with you guys, would I be able to say
You're Freedom Stick, you can say whatever you want. Freedom Stick is a libertarian glue. It's 100% horse. I can't stress that enough, so it doesn't work very well. It's essentially like mashed up bits of animal in a tube. We're more selling a lifestyle, you know? Like it represents freedom and libertarian values. If you're walking down the street, you see a cat that you don't like the look of, you get out your Freedom Stick, you can stick that cat to a lamppost if you'd like.
It's just pure freedom. It's just an extruding cylinder of meat that you buy to show that you love your country. It lets you swear. It's like an NFT for patriots.
You're talking in taglines for Freedom Stick here. We need to get you into a marketing meeting. We need to spitball some ideas. We need to brainstorm. We need to have a mind symposium.
You want to get our minds to intersect? Because I have to say I've got something going on with a cop at the moment. Might get pretty busy in here.
Look, I'm a big fan of our boys in blue, and whatever you do with a cop in private is none of my business, but I'm open to a sort of like polyamorous throuple business intersection situation. We can get the cop in the room as well. I mean, I think our target audience would love nothing more than seeing 2 red-blooded American males just getting together and having a right good time with some Freedom Stick. You know what I mean?
That sounds great, and I've got a car and I don't mind driving it into places that are hard to get to and aren't easily seen by the public. Well,
this stream is brought to you by Unibond.
Excuse me, is that Darren? Is this Darren?
It's Darren from Unibond. Why are you talking to Freedom Stick?
Darren, I'm in a private call here. I'm on my personal phone. I'm in my personal car. I'm driving to my personal wife's house to take a personal dump.
And why do you think you should be speaking to Freedom Stick right now?
They rang me. It's an open call-in. This was the format of the... we got no screeners. You've not given me any oversight here.
I'm open to a debate because we encourage free speech here at Freedom Stick. We're not like those, well,
Okay,
censored...
well, all I have to say to you is this: we've done. You keep bragging about your use of horses. We've done the medical research, and we can confirm that horses contain estrogen.
Only some. Only
All of the glue horse contains estrogen.
You, my friend, are sitting firmly in the pocket of Big Soy. I have a paddock full of glue horses right out there outside my window. I'm looking at them right now, and those babies are becoming glue tomorrow. Now, Mr. Gripe, you have an offer to come aboard with Freedom Stick. I suggest you take it. Good day, gentlemen.
I'm not happy at the fact that this is being broadcast on a stream that we have funded.
Oh, I didn't talk money with the other guys. Can you
But
definitely price match Unibond? Because I actually have a lot of
Why do you think
debt.
this is acceptable, Michael? Why do you think this is acceptable business practice?
What have I done? Hang on, what have I done? You're breathing down my throat. I've not said anything.
You've given 10 minutes of unfiltered broadcast time to Freedom Stick on a stream that we are paying for.
How do I kick? My hands are on 10 and 2. I'm trying to hold a lot of poo in my body, hold a lot of thoughts in my head, and keep the car driving straight. I can't be screening calls.
You know how to hold that in. Unibond. You need some clue. Been through this.
I want the loo and then ploo. That's my plan. Loo, ploo, go home.
Just cut straight to the clue.
Cut,
I'm not
cut to the
happy.
ploo.
I'm not happy at the fact that this stream has been taken over by marketing from one of our competitors.
Excuse me, I'm not happy that you have cuddled a horse. You're transing my fans so that they suddenly... My show is only for men over 43, and if they all go trans, who do I talk to at the gym? Who's gonna watch? How do you think this kebab tastes? Put it in the comments. You're gonna gut me. You're gonna kill me.
Your fan is the one that cuddled the horse. The horse contained the estrogen. They brought that on themselves. There's a reason we've moved away from horses. It's just science.
They cuddled the horse because they became a girl.
No, it's because they used the old Unibond.
Yeah, your Unibond. Okay, no, you're saying you've updated it.
The horsey Unibond.
But hang on, no. My understanding of the accusation was that the new Unibond has moved away from horses, but now contains soy. Estrogen. And the soy it's plant, it's not horse estrogen. You might be accusing the other glue. I don't know if that glue gave the name of the product, but the other glue might have had horse estrogen, but you have
Freedom Stick.
Freedom Stick, right? Okay. Well, that sounds more like a tagline than it doesn't matter. But the accusation was that you have plant estrogen in soy, and that's what's transing people.
I just think that you maybe need to do your research.
Oh, I'm not a scientist. I'm a communicator. When I know what the message is, I put it out to a vast audience of 43-year-old.
Well, I am in the marketing department of a company that does hire a scientist, and I can tell you this is what they would be saying to me right now if they were around.
What they'd be saying, make that guy who's crashing his car all night, make him do the research? That doesn't sound right to me.
They'd be saying that you need to stop listening to Freedom Stick because they are the ones that are feeding people the estrogen.
Oh my god, you sound like the BBC. You are can you not see that you're biased? And there needs to be... Have you ever heard about the marketplace of ideas? The more people that are shouting, the easier it is to work out the truth.
Sorry, I'm just getting a call on the other line. 1 second.
Well, maybe I'm getting the call on the other line.
It isn't too late to move the contract over to GB News.
I think it is. Jenny, come on. Jenny!
Oh, that is great. Thank you so much, Jenny. Yeah, thank you. Sorry, I've just got off the phone to Jenny, and we found that you have breached the contract.
I haven't. Tell me what line of the contract I've breached then.
The line that says not to advertise our competitors, including Freedom Stick.
I didn't. They advertised themselves, and I failed to stop them.
Exactly, that's our problem here.
Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. I see what the grievance is, and I cannot defend myself adequately.
Seeing you drive past that red light, failing to stop is very much a theme throughout this.
I stall the engines when I stop, so I avoid doing it. Well, is this the end? Is there anything I could do to earn your trust back? Because, let's not forget, we started off badly. We didn't know each other very well. I'm new to this. I was in a bad place in my brain because of the Uno. But in the middle, I read out your document. I told you about the new law. We thought of a new product line. We workshop Plume in a sense. Well, you kind of just said it and told me to start saying it, but I did. I agreed to that.
I mean, I did also request if we could have the logo on the dashboard, and that was refused.
Yeah. Well, a man's car is his palace,
and this palace is being paid for by us.
Well, I did put it on the dashboard. I just kept coming off. I don't know how to stick it down. I've got nothing to stick.
Have you ever considered using perhaps Unibond?
I've got a freedom stick. They sent me some.
Got free. Okay.
Well, they sent me some samples. I could use some freedom stick.
I'm sorry, but we are going to have to bring an end to this contract.
That's fucking. I can't say. That's bull.
We have now got a sponsorship deal coming into place with GB News, where we are going to sponsor their topical discussion show Headliners, plus their new car-based discussion show Headlighters. So we are going to go with them, I'm afraid.
Well, I could get Andrew Doyle in the back here, comedians in a car trying to find a toilet. We could comedians driving together trying to get some seedless grapes in a nondescript, endless city.
I just think it's gone too far. I can speak to Jenny and see, but I think you've gone too far now.
Well, you need to keep an eye on Jenny, because between you and me, I think they've gone woke. She's turned.
She's a gender-neutral pronoun.
Well, I quickly followed it up by picking her. No, I quickly followed it up by picking a gender. I followed it up.
Michael, you just used a. That sounds pretty woke, Michael. Using gender-neutral pronoun like that.
No, I followed it up. No, I followed it up. I quickly followed it up. I slipped up once. I caught the mistake before you did and fixed it. Anyway,
no, I'm sorry.
Finding out that telling someone they've done something wrong and then trying to stop them having a job, that's woke scold cancel culture.
You just used a gender-neutral pronoun, and for that reason, we're going to have to pull the contract. We sponsored this for an anti-woke show, and you have gone back on that.
This is an anti-woke show. If you want anti-woke and you want people to have consequences for their behaviour, whose side are you on here?
You just used a gender-neutral pronoun.
But I followed it up.
I'm sorry.
I followed it up though.
I'm sorry, but I've just had the legal team, all of them, because there's more than one of them, so that's fine. All of them have said that it's over.
Well, I wish I could say it was a pleasure. To me, I think a relationship like this, progress isn't a line. It's like it's a sine wave. You got the good times and the bad times, and if you can't handle me when I'm breaking my contract, you don't deserve me when I'm doing an okay job from time to time. Marilyn Manson.
Agreed. I hope things work out with Freedom Stick.
I will shortly leave the job that it has been the honour of my life
you don't
to hold.
give it.
to have had the
Shit.
opportunity to serve the
Correct,
country
because I know they
love.
have less money than us. Good luck!
Okay, well, good riddance. Once I find a toilet, I'll wear my seatbelt. Freedom Stick, if you're around anywhere, my DMs are open, so to speak. Am I allowed to swear? Maybe that could turn it all around. That bullshit is back on. Any donations I failed to acknowledge. Leslie Metaverse has said, call me later.
I'm speaking to you at what I know is an increasingly challenging time.
Seatbelt activated. What do you want me to do next? Wear a mask over my mouth and nose? Give me a break. Well, I hope you're all happy. I lost my job. Gonna have to go home now and play Uno. Let me make a map path back to my house. Where did I start? Is that my house? I think that's where I live. I've stalled
And Michael.
Again. Hey, Freedom Stick.
It's Tracy from Freedom Stick again. I've just witnessed the live broadcast of your unceremonious departure from Unibond. How does freedom feel for you?
Kind of a ceremony. I said good riddance. Well, quite nice and ritualistic. It's been cleansing, you know. I feel more masculine than ever. Because, you know, it's these big institutions, right? The BBC, the Guardian, the ISO, the CBBC. They got their hooks in us and they're trying to keep men down. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if all of them got round a table and said, how can we hurt men next? And one of them just said, no poops. And they're like, oh, okay, yeah. And then, because they're all women, they, I don't know what women get up to, but I know they don't.
So as a woman in business, I can only agree with you 100%. I think we've had it too good for too long.
Exactly, and you're not like a real woman like my wife or a lollipop lady. You're like a girl boss. You're like business.
I'm the original girl
money.
boss, actually. I don't like to talk about it. It's on my CV, and I make a lot of it on LinkedIn, but I don't say it socially to people unless it comes up organically like this. But yes, I am the original girl boss.
Am I speaking with Margaret Thatcher right now?
We both wish. No, just an admirer.
Yeah, too right.
Actually gonna go and salute my picture of her right now. One of my several pictures, the one in the kitchen.
When I get home, I'm gonna find my massive painting of Thatcher, and then I'm gonna suck a gun.
Look, we all love nothing more than sucking a gun on a Friday evening. You're talking to the Queen.
Talking to the
Queen
original
of
girl
gun
boss.
sucking here. Look, let's talk business. You've just been, let's face it, unceremoniously or ceremoniously, you've parted ways with your partner, Unibond, and got another opportunity right here.
Yeah. The lone wolf's ready to be the alpha of a new pack. Or if you object to that, the beta, the sigma, or even a cuck. I just need a new job. I need money to come through for my debt.
We have plenty of contracts available for Alpha, Beta, Sigma, and Cook alike. I mean,
Does the pay vary
maybe
with each rank?
Cook is very much an entry-level position.
Okay, yeah.
Our business practices regarding how we treat our cooks is currently being investigated.
You've been bullying the cooks.
More than bullying, but I mean, like, that's very much their raison d'etre.
Yeah. You know what they say, you can never have too many cooks.
Very true. It's very true, Michael. Listen, I'm gonna go because I have a portrait of Margaret Thatcher that I'm gonna glue up in my loft using some Freedom Stick 100% smashed horse glue. Just want to leave you with the thought that time for your next stream, you could have the words "brought to you by Freedom Stick" written in that stream description, and I think
could also
does
write
sound
the
pretty
word
good.
fuck in there as well. Oh my god.
Could. This is in keeping with our business practices. I just want you to say the words "Freedom Stick" in your mouth. Get a feel for it. See how that vibes with you. I'll leave you with that. Good night, Michael Gright.
Before you go, can I ask, do you guys sell Plu?
Unfortunately not. We're currently developing a range of Plu products. I mean, with the new law being so abruptly announced, we're really there's a real hurry to the line within the right-wing libertarian glue industry to get the best Plu product out there. We don't want to rush anything too much, but at the same time we are conscious of being pipped to the post by our competitors. So the short answer is no, we don't sell Plu currently, but it's in the pipeline.
That sounds great. Well, I am more than happy.
Did you hear that, Jenny? They don't even sell Plu.
Excuse me, this is a private connection here. Are you on the contract? What are you doing back here? Let's get him off. Looks like the Alpha's back in the pack. The Alpha can't stop. Has no control over who rings in. Well, it's been a big night. It started off with my daughter playing the, how do you call it? The piccolo. I made a wonderful friend with a cop. Me and he, we intersect. Things didn't go well with Unibond. Didn't work out. There was a new law announced. It broke here first. You heard it here first. There's a new law. It's coming in at midnight. When this stream comes back, it's going to be a whole new world. All the men are basically going to be trans. Very bad for me. I've been investigating horse products in the two glues. I've lost my contract with Unibond, but I have now been picked up by Freedom Stick, who I look forward to working with in the future. Thank you so much to all my viewers. This has been a wonderful night, a real successful pilot of this show. Well, I need to head back in. I need to play. Well, I'm going to try and play Uno, but if just between you and me, if I get a chance to step out, I might just go out into the garden and suck on a gun, if you know what I mean. This might be the last you see of me, is what I'm saying. It's been a stressful night. This really might have pushed me over the edge. But if I'm back, it will be with Freedom Stick. It will be all my new friends. I want to develop my friendship with this police officer. I want to rail against the new law, and I want to claw back a little bit of freedom for the male race. One glue at a time. Good night, everybody. And if you keep watching, the next show on is some guy called Sean Marley, who's not going to be straining his mind or voice very much, but he will be, how do you call it, hanging out. Good night. Well, I'm actually just arriving. I've arrived. Hello, I'm here for the first time. And I've nudged my green screen. Just indicate your throat. I've got some ginger tea. Ginger's good for the throat, right? But, but I definitely, maybe I should have drunk some milk or something. Do update info? No, I'll do it now. Edit com. By the way, Jambird, you can edit info. That's something I think you're able to do. Not that I'm telling you to do it. I'm letting you know. Tonight is Dark Souls 3. You're welcome to come in our Discord, chat and share anecdotes or opinions from your life. Something like that. That'd be like a Nighthole description. I'm also going to alter the name of the channel to Nighthole in Discord. Then come back here, then launch Dark Souls, and then tell the game capture there is a Dark Souls executable, and then maybe also hide the wheel thing, because the wheel tip thing doesn't feel relevant to this. It was Michael's thing, so that'll be maybe held at that value until the next stream that Michael hosts. Michael Gripe, which was definitely not an intended, not what I expected him to be called. Okay, I am back. Not back, I've arrived. Let me know if the sound is okay. Desktop sounds might be kind of loud. We swivel this light, which probably will have no difference on what I look like. And have a nice sip of tea. The sound has been decanked. Let me know if this is acceptable. That's a good question. Let me check my volumes. I think when you're doing a voice, or maybe it's just someone doesn't do a lot of voices, the only way to keep your confidence up is to do it quite loud. Anyway, to keep it consistent. Yes, this is Fun at Parties the 3rd. For whatever reason, don't remember now, we've decided all of our Dark Souls characters are called Fun at Parties. I did one of the nicest things you can do to yourself in a game, particularly Dark Souls. We ended on a new bonfire, so I'm not starting from a position of, well, we're starting from a relatively advantageous position. I only ever use this katana. It's the only weapon I have any interest in. Wow, I do actually like the twin blades. Oh wow, okay. First death. So what's the deal with Dark Souls? What's the deal with Dark Souls? Dark Souls seem to break a trend in AAA video game design, where games were increasingly trying to be just accessible and approachable by a bunch of different age ranges. Dark Souls just went, what if it was just really hard, like old games used to be really hard. I remember when I was thinking back to how hard old games were, and I remember not ever managing to get very far in my Nintendo Entertainment System copy of Jurassic Park. You meet the T-Rex, and me and my mom, for I'd say this was, my mom used to play games up until Sonic the Hedgehog came out, at which point she said this was too stimulating. Sonic the Hedgehog killed her interest in video games. but we just couldn't get past the T-Rex, and that was it. We never managed it. Sorry, I've drifted off the question dramatically and quite quickly. Can I jump that way? It is just a difficult action RPG, but it's more than... I think it's more than that, and it's just a really solid and interesting game with weird designs, and just it's just pretty compelling. I love it. Do you know which supermarkets allowed reviews? In the end, I found that everywhere allowed reviews. I had just been temporarily tricked because it was a little bit non-obvious with Morrison's. But they did do reviews. I thought Morrison's didn't do reviews. This is really, really bad. This is really bad stuff here. So what are you doing, Killian? You are you're feeding in product reviews into a computer generated poetry generator. Feel free to share anything in the chat. I think that would be a nice... Feel free to come read them out. It's the Nighthole. Whoa. There's a boss coming up which I really like. It's one of the bosses that make you think that the feels unfinished. There's a lot in Dark Souls that feels like there's something you wanted here that's different to this, and I welcome that and respect it. So I think I can probably ignore everything and run to this boss. Skeletons are going to form here, and I'm just going to ignore them. Skeletons do not like me. I like them, but that doesn't seem to matter. Okay, if you like skeletons, then you'll like this boss actually. When you've got any skeleton fans in. I'm a little worried about your idea of what Wix is. I know what Wix is. I won't be Wix-plained to. What if you don't like skeletons? Look away until I next say so, I suppose. Wick rolled. I think there's an optional boss that I haven't done so far. Isn't there some witch out in the woods? I didn't do the witch. It's a skeleton cup. Inside this cup there's actually a very big skeleton. Probably over here. Yeah, this guy. So I think you hit his... I think you hit this. And that's the boss. Oh, you've done damage to me, but I don't know how. I haven't understood the mechanics. Why did I take damage? So I think I'm looking to break these bracelets. There's 2 on the left arm. I'll just... Maybe if I hang out and just hit the bracelet, I'll be okay. Oh, that did a lot of damage. I also saw that attack did damage to something else. Okay, there are other skeletons. Didn't know it. Didn't expect it. Don't like it. Oh, I'm dead. I didn't know there were other skeletons. Hello, Fluff. Thank you. They are the deacon's robes. I don't know. I wore them because I thought they were just fun for this guy to wear. This is like a proper RPG where everything has numbers and different swords will do different damage and different armor will defend you against different things, and there are different kinds of damage, and different armors will defend you against different kinds of damage, different degrees, and you can upgrade the armors and blah 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 blah. And I'm not engaging on that side of the game at all. I thought it'd be funny to have these robes on, and I like them. I honestly think, you know, I don't want to go big brain new atheist on anyone, but I do think Christianity is on the wane in terms of parish numbers, and eventually there won't be anything called the priesthood. There's no priesthood now. But we shouldn't lose these kinds of clothes. So, when the priesthood finally is gone, I think it's very important. There's going to be like a grab, you know? There's going to be like, who gets to claim these clothes as part of their culture? And for me, I hope it's the punks. I hope it's punks. I would like this guy to be dressed more like a jester or a clown. Or a great, what's the French word for clown? Perro. What's French for clown? The clown. Piero. Yeah, the great Piero. Okay, let's try and be a bit quicker on these wrist things, and then maybe we don't need to think about life or death. Okay, this guy's quite big, so it's quite difficult to see the wind-up for his animations. One, done. One and done. I'm actually not sure what one and done means. One and done implies that you're done when you've done one, but that's not true. There are 2 left of 3. Does that stun you, or do you continue your animation or whatever it is you're doing? I think... Oh, I don't know what that thing is. Is it the fog that's killing me? What do I take damage from then? Is it the fog? Am I getting fogged about? I'm happy to dodge once I know. I'm getting cursed. I don't think I'm getting cursed. I think cursed is a special death. It's not particularly clear that the fog is on me, or that the fog has begun. I'd love to get rid of this. Probably the guy I can see through that grate. Feels like a misadventure to bother though. These guys are a bit of a nuisance. The runback's not too bad, but then you've got these guys to think about. Oh, that's that's a problem for a runback. Then the rats get me. Then the ball gets the rats. Then the ball gets me. There's a lot of problems. Oh, that's the ball from. That's the ball from the I see. That's the ball that I saw earlier. I'm taking a silly route. I go where the ball goes. It's the ball. Okay, follow that ball. If I just get down these stairs and do a sharp left... not enough time. Ooh, the ball takes off a very pretty penny. Where the pennies are my blood. So let me just... Since the other one was wrong, is there a route that involves going up here and going across, maybe? Oh, I do want those ashes. Those ashes are good. And I do want that as well. This is good. This is actually a good laugh. It's you! do you permanently die? You're the hat guy. So the hat guys, as we discovered in the last stream, they are actually controlling those skeleton balls. Wow, bad. I'm brave enough to say it. That's bad when that happens. Good night, Josie. Thank you for your company. I do not know what the bullshit stream is and what will happen in future. I didn't have a full idea of what it would be like. I'm very happy with how it turned out, but it was mainly because of the people came in. Mainly because of the people pitched in and made it into something. When was the last Dark Souls 3? I did one at some random point. Call it improv is a lot of fun. And it's nice to know that people will come and do it, because I think that can be quite daunting. I mean, obviously I don't know how to do this, but wouldn't it be funny if people could webcam in and then I could put them in the back seat? But obviously I'd have to put them in a 3D environment. You need foxdog skills for that kind of thing. But wouldn't that be funny? I am, this is not to say that anything I've described is anywhere near being possible, but I am learning Blender at the moment, which is to say I've nearly finished making my obligatory donut. There's the fog. My donut's looking okay. It's not. A lot of the sprinkles are clipping. I'm dead. Sprinkles are clipping. Some of the dollops coming off the side look a bit sharp. Nah, it's all donut. You've got to start on the donut. Donut, then teapot. It's so... Blender is excitingly complex. I've picked up and abandoned a lot of creative software, and along with a lot of creative software that I have actually learnt. But Blender looks like the most ludicrously complicated. When I saw how the new geometry works, and I just saw some little examples of what the new geometry nodes can do, my jaw dropped off of my skull. I am going to learn Blender until I can play with that. Although, as I got towards the end of the tutorial, which was like, I don't know, each thing was like 20 minutes long and there are 15 parts, so it's a few hours long, I realised I should have been making notes, because nothing is intuitive and everything just has to be memorized. You can't do the chaos method of just like, I think it's too complex for any kind of just experiment and learn. You have to learn you have to choose a very small scope for something to learn and experiment within that, but you have to be really properly taught in it first. You can't intuit anything. Okay, you're gonna do... Oh. So the death fog... the death fog when I go too far back. So when it brings the hands too far back... Yeah, but I want to be fast, right? Because I don't want to deal with the skeletons. Oh, I don't want to deal with this at all. Right. I think I can go here, though. Oh! I was not watching, and I'm still not watching. Okay, and then that is by the fog. Oh, you're clipping right through. Yeah, I can see why. I can see why this boss gets a bit of flack for being shit. That's in the fog. Oh, and when it crawls forward, the fog crawls forward with it, and then it can pull you back, which doesn't feel intended at all. Okay, one hit, no skeletons so far. It seems to be our move that can just be triggered. You're going to trigger something. You're going to fog? No, you're going to skeleton. You're summoning skeletons, are you? Bring your arm out. Bring your right arm out, please. That's fog. Oh, and the fog kills the skeletons. Okay. So we did get the random chance of skeletons, and then we got the random chance that the skeletons are dead. Ow. Oh, there are skeletons back, including the big boy skeletons. I might have to hope for another fog. Oh no, you've got a sword. But you're already a very, very big guy. Is there no argument that you don't need that? Will that kill the skeletons? Okay, that's good. I gotta go for this. Oh man. Oh. This has become logistically complicated. Okay, 2 sips, 2 sips. Morley, 2 sips. Okay, ignore the sword. Ignore the sword and go for the thing. That's going to do some damage. And now going for the... Oh, this is gonna hurt me though. How much more? Okay, a couple more hits on that armlet. That's got to be my chance. No. Okay. Now it really has to be a couple more hits. Timed it wrong. Last sip. Now. Ah, shouldn't have sipped. Bad sip. Come on. Okay, we're good. We're good. Cup skeleton turned good. You wouldn't have got the great interactions between the Unibond reps and the rival Libertarian Glue Company if they were separate characters committing to a journey each. I have to have intuitive software because memory is shite. I don't know of intuitive software for 3D that can be like flexible. I think that's the difficulty. Certain things just are too complicated to be intuitive, is my fear and my belief. Oh, was I just shrunken and... I'm happy to think of it as a pocket dimension. Doesn't matter how big he is. As long as he's bigger than me, he's a boss. Well, I keep thinking that I make so much visuals for the streams. But obviously I've got a magpie away at stock video, stock footage and stuff. None of which is designed. All of the stock stuff. So like, it's like an enclosure of like images spaces where all the stock images are not designed to be used by private individuals. They're designed for you to be part of a company that will pay for it for you. They make the rest of the world of like finding images much harder. And I'm finding it increasingly hard to just find images, to be able to make stuff. Welcome Raiders. Let me give you a good hello from inside the study. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you for the positive vibes. Of course, doesn't need a recommendation from me, but of course, follow the amazing Glenmore, who I believe is doing some gaming challenge. How's the gaming challenge going? How was the stream? What were you up to? What was happening? Are you all feeling okay? Are you all right? You can talk to me. I'm not your friend, you don't know me, but I can be trusted. I won't tell anything you tell me to anyone else. Challenge over forever. How did you find the challenge? Was it fun? Or maybe a better question is, how How long did it take for it to stop being fun? Sick, man. Sounds good. I'm getting some fuzz. Let me pull this green screen an inch forward. When was the challenge completed? And could you give the details of the challenge to my viewers who may not be familiar with it? What was the last game? I have just... I'm doing like a post-stream Dark Souls thing now. We've just finished a very... Thank you very much for the follow, Jack Reeves. You will not be disappointed. I am a lot of fun. Is that how you should... I think that might be how I greet new followers now. I go, great work. Wow, and what's... Does Stardew Valley have like a canonical end? Is it like to credits? Is it like how speedruns work? Credits come up, you're gone. No post-game, no epilogues. Joyless speed demon. I think I've got to go do some Dark Souls admin. Nice spoiler-free description. I think you go to this big cathedral, and in it there are deacon guys, and they drop this, or you know, it's going to be hovering on one of the many skeletons that have a gigantic orb of light hovering above their ribcage. You think, oh, what's that? And it goes, oh, that's clothes. That orb of light hovering above a skeleton, that is a full ranger's outfit. I always forget to do the admin on this. So swordplay obsessed am I that I forget to level up and upgrade and stuff.
Welcome home, Ashen One.
Best of luck, Jade. Let's just go full dex. Absolute, reckless, safety agnostic route. So what are you up to now that the game challenge is over? Do I want to make my weapon better? Yes, if I can. And in order to do it again, I need more large titanite shards. Okay. And can I get my Estus up? Okay. I've played other Dark Souls games before, and my philosophy is that most of the items that are hovering around suck. But it does mean I'm missing the all-important 5% of items that are absolutely game necessary. Oh, was that ring a good ring? Please stop chuckling and show me your inventory. Oh, it's not. I think we're at the ice bit. I like this bit. There's an absolutely vile... There's loads of like skeleton amalgam enemies. And I think the worst / best one is... Oh, is literally in that lake. In that lake you find them. Oh, they're there. They're actually right there. Do I have a spyglass? Do I have a spyglass? Yes. I want to look at these things. These things are horrible. And we'll meet them a little bit later in the route here, and I think there's an item. That's an item on the corpse of a wizard that's also a worm. Killian, I would love to hear a sonnet based on the review of Star Mix. Haribo Star Mix, I assume. They are not squids. They're just hot. They're worse than squids. There's a wonderful friend on this bridge as well. Let's just take this in. I do love. There's a lot of like. There's a very straightforward gameplay loop in the Dark Souls world design, but I do like it. It will funnel you into corridors and dank, brickworky dungeons, and then it will go. And now you get to look at this. And now you get to appreciate a little vista. And then this. This guy's got an exposed ribcage, which is a bit of a laugh. Oh. This guy's really cheeky. And I'm dead. Not your actual character, but their proximity to Rosaria's fingers, and that being the respect pursuit. Allowed by I feel like there is lore if you respect too many times that you turn to one of the worm guys. Oh, that sounds great. Can you complete the game as a worm guy? Would I like being a worm? Shall I do worm guy %? That sounds even better than having a massive boil for a head. Okay, does it always jump in? No, it does this other wonderful, horrible move. I love this guy. He feels a bit papier-mâché to me. And I mean that in a really good way. I mean that in an intensely positive way. Feel like every time I try to get 2 hits in, it's a bad idea. So just get 1. 1, and then move. 1. Ow. 1. I just can't see what's going on. I need to do 2 sips. 1.
I've arrived at the wrong time.
No, you've arrived at a great time. It will bring some calming energy. Do you want to explain to everyone what the project is you're doing before you begin the poem?
I feel like project is a bit of a strong word. This is just sort of something that has happened because I have had nothing to do. I discovered a
Sounds
website
like a project
that has...
to me.
Yeah, alright. I've discovered a website that has an interactive poetry generator, and I'm not entirely sure how it works. But I think there's some sort of Markov chain involved, which is a phrase I know, and I'm vaguely aware of what it means, but could not explain to people. And I'm assuming that most people here know of Markov chains.
I'm imagining most people will have the same thing of knowing of Markov chains.
Okay, good, we're all on the same page. And it seems to try to figure out the amount of syllables that are in a word, but it struggles. Like, a lot of times I've generated haikus and they have not been conforming to the strict.
Could be a non-standard haiku.
Yeah, a non-standard haiku about Haribo Star Mix, which I guess in itself is non-standard because haikus should be about nature, and there is nothing natural about Haribo Star Mix except their natural flavorings.
There are apparently, like, it's not just about nature, there are certain words which have to appear in traditional haikus.
Oh, really?
That are like haiku words. So if you're a haiku person, you'll have a haiku dictionary, and these are the haiku words.
Oh, yeah, okay. Josie Hypatia just mentioned cutting words, and that sounds familiar from earlier when I was reading the Wikipedia page about haikus. This could be a senryu. Okay, great. I mean, this is a sonnet, so this isn't any of those. This is a sonnet that I've made. I say I've made.
No, you did make it.
It's a sonnet that a computer program has made from
If you
my
tell a robot
corpus.
to dig a hole, then you've dug a hole. I'm happy with that.
No.
You don't agree?
No, I feel like if you tell a robot to dig a hole, That's manual labor. If you tell someone that you've dug a hole, they'll go, "Oh wow, you must have strong arms." And then you're like, "No, I got a robot to do it."
Yeah, my
And
strong
then,
arms are made of metal, and they're on my robot.
Then you're not. Then they're not your arms. I think. I'm counting the robot as a separate entity here.
The robot's a separate entity, but you own the robot, right? So they're your arms.
Yeah, I guess. But if I had told a robot to dig a hole, I wouldn't say to someone that I had dug a hole. I would say that I got a robot to dig a hole and hope that they'd still be impressed.
Well, you're responsible for the hole. Like, if digging the hole was illegal, the book stops with you, right? You gotta go to prison now, pay the fine.
Yeah, I guess you would have to. Okay, yeah, this has been generated from a corpus of Haribo Star Mix supermarket website reviews that I collected. I have not used any other Haribo products, just different variations and sizes of Haribo Star Mix.
Can you tell me what Star Mix is? I'm not actually I don't really like these boiled sweets type things. So I don't know what a Star Mix is compared to anything.
I feel like I could explain Star Mix only slightly better than I can explain a Markov chain, because it's not something I've ever had to explain to someone. Yeah, they're not boiled sweets. King of Time's got it, egg, heart, ring, bear, cola.
Did Jampa just say boiled sweets fuck my life?
She's right.
What are you on about? Fuck my life? What, because I miss it? That's not fair to me. Just embarrassed that I'm out in public saying Haribo boiled sweets.
Okay, I'm gonna finally read out my Haribo sonnet. A shame they were my evening meal and they taste. She doesn't drink anything, but we always buy these, are so brilliant, all grown to your child and no flavours. She's very fussy, but never refused Haribo. These in them, each of Diabetic's day, tastes a portal into shame they knew more. Personally, you Haribo to agree. With the point, don't know why they have to rap. These, since I love these, but just not too good. Mix tastes a shame, they taste the past vaguely. Blueberry like sick to snack at if they. Our good self stare back to my childhood. Each of Diabetic's day, each of the past, leaving.
Wow, that was a lot more intense than I was expecting.
Yeah, me too. I
hang
wasn't
on.
expecting it to.
So, in my head, I assumed I knew how it worked roughly.
Okay.
But some of those words aren't actually scraped from the reviews, are they? Some of those words are of its own edition. Is that right?
Oh no, they're all in there.
Some of those were surprising. Could you read it out again, now that I know that they're all from the review?
I mean, what words were you surprised by? Because I can go through the corpus and read out the review that they're from.
I wouldn't mind doing that, actually. If you were to read it out again, I will commit the ones to memory.
Okay.
Because I've got no short-term memory anyway, but this time I'll do my best.
Do you want me to sort of pause after each stanza so you can write
It would
them
be
down?
nice. It would be nice if the delivery has a more somber and stately energy.
Okay. I'll see if I can muster up somber and stately. But it is a Friday, and that's not even one of my specialties on normal days. Okay. A shame they were my evening meal, and they taste. She doesn't drink anything, but we always buy these, are so brilliant. All grown to your child and no flavours. She's very fussy, but never refused Haribo. These in them, each of Diabetic's day, tastes a portal into a shame they knew more. Personally, you Haribo to agree. With the point, don't know why they have to rap. These, since I love these, but just not a good. Mix tastes a shame, they taste the past, vaguely. Blueberry, like sick to snack at if they. Our good self stare back to my childhood. Each of Diabetic's day, each of the past, leaving.
I think it is Portal that is the
I
outlier.
think that was from your review.
That does change things. What?
Yeah,
I
while
can't...
I am taken back to my childhood, each of these 1,000 grams of Haribo is like staring into a portal into the past. Yeah, that was you.
That was me. Okay, so...
Yeah, you have sort of...
I've
it's
influenced
still
the
a review I've
experiment.
scraped from the website, but you wrote it.
Yeah, I now understand. I now understand how that's happened.
Would you like me to cook up a Starmix haiku?
Yeah, I wouldn't mind. What are the what's the full list of poem formats available to us?
We can get a couplet, a quatrain, a blank sonnet, which we've just had, a haiku, a tanka, and a renga. And most of these, I don't know what they are.
We could find out. I would like a haiku, but I'd also like at some point to try some of these others.
Okay. Hang on, I'm just saving that sonnet as a file. Okay. Yeah, Starburst. Not Starburst, Star Mix. Okay. If they taste the sweets, but they taste the new version, there was working at. These are a lot less interesting usually. You sort of have to hit the button a lot.
Okay, you just need to keep regenning them.
Yeah. If they taste like sick, to me with the past sickly, you back too.
Yeah, it was almost there. I like the start, and then it just drifted off into nonsense.
I won't be buying them. Artificial despite containing more fruit juice apparently. That's not even close to a haiku. I don't know what's happened there.
Yeah, but do you know what it is close to? A genuine review that you wouldn't bat an eyelid at.
Yeah, that's just a review.
But that's why I quite like it could generate a real review. Wouldn't that be even better if they weren't poems, but they were just reviews and then we just post those? Do you think you should be posting these poem reviews just back to the site and then scraping them?
And just making Haribo Star Mix review poetry soup.
Yeah, just pick one. Well, I guess it's going to be Star Mix, but just keep feeding it all into the thing and then keep posting that. It looks like they've got... Morrison's has one of the weakest moderations for reviews.
Yeah. I won't be clueless. As good value, you, Haribo Star Mix. That could just be their new slogan.
I won't be clueless.
I won't be clueless.
That's quite...
I want to find out where that came from.
I think that'd be a nice, sweet slogan. New Twix. I'm not confused.
Oh, this was... If you was doing a blindfold taste test, you would be clueless as to what these are.
Yeah.
From our very favourite review, Jelly No Flavours.
Jelly No Flavours was... Yeah, it was the highlight.
All grown to munch on. Field work. I now taste the past. Good value. Leaving.
That is my favourite. Can we hear that again?
All grown to munch on. Field work. I now taste the past. Good value. Leaving.
That's great. Field work.
Yeah, one of the reviews was like, someone said that they used to eat Haribos while doing field work.
Right. That's quite a nice little detail for someone to include. I don't really like Haribo. If I was to start trying to get into Haribo, can anyone recommend me a good mix?
A good entry-level Haribo.
What's like the beginner's Haribo?
I think the beginner's Haribo would be Star Mix.
You're just saying that. You've got a horse in the race. Because you want me to leave.
Yeah, the
a review.
horse is poetry. You've already reviewed them.
Yeah, but I hadn't tasted them. That doesn't count. That's spam.
Have you never tasted Haribo Star Mix? I don't know why I'm surprised by it.
I would have had a Haribo, but I couldn't definitely say it was a Star Mix.
I like Star Mix, but the inside of the bags smell so bad.
Oh god, what do they smell of?
I don't know if this is something other people agree with. I can't describe what they smell like. It's just strange. Oh yeah, Tang Fast sticks are like
Does
the
it smell
final
like a
boss
car?
of Haribo. Maybe.
Does that sound right?
It sounds like a jelly. I know what agar is, but I couldn't tell you what it smells like. I just know the smell of the inside of a Haribo bag isn't great.
I guess I just don't like chewing.
What do you prefer to chewing?
Well, the weird thing is I like chewing some things, but I like chewing something I shouldn't or couldn't swallow. I like chewing I liked chewing the bit of my Tesco club card that's supposed to go on my keyring. I chewed that to hell.
Yeah.
Chewing that was a dream. But chewing Haribo.
You could just suck on the Haribo, or I bet you could just swallow it.
I don't like sucking. I don't like sucking.
You could lap up some Haribo if you so wished.
You can't lap a Haribo. To be lapped, something needs to like come off, you know? Like ice cream can maybe be lapped. Because like you could sort of...
I mean, leave a
lick
bag
bit
of
off.
Star Mix in the sun, then they'll all sort of congeal slightly, and then some can come off.
I don't know if we're really understanding each other here. I don't know if we're communicating correctly.
I'm glad everyone is supporting lapping a Haribo in the chat.
They're all wrong though. They're saying that to get a rise out of me. And they should,
Because it's
you know,
fun.
but it's not fun if I'm wise to it, you know? Me knowing that it's like the people in the Crinston Reddit who are like, I know you're a troll, also here's my advice. And it's like, I don't know, it seems like you're trying to Pascal's wager there, so you need to pick whether you believe me or not. Chalky food, Parma. You ever put Parma violets in your beer? That's what we used to do.
What?
Yeah, get like a lager and just put Parma violets in it.
I don't like either of those things, so I can't imagine that going well for me.
You don't like Parma violets?
No. I liked the other ones.
But
the
you
ones
like
that were sort of
Haribo?
all different colours. Yeah.
We're just in different worlds. This is what they call the cultural divide.
Oh wow. Josie has just posted told me to look at these little Haribo creatures.
Do you want to describe them for the class?
Have you ever looked at mealworms?
Yes. I like mealworms. They're like...
Have you eaten mealworms?
No. But I know that they're just lovely, benign little worms. Something I
Yeah,
tend to be
I've
fond of.
always wanted to eat mealworms.
What's stopping you?
I don't know where to get some mealworms.
Are they baked? Are they baked for fish?
I think fish and birds, but you can also eat them, but maybe they have to be cooked a special way for humans to be able to eat them.
Do you know, there will be a fishing tackle place. There's always one in some city.
Yeah.
I found one when I wanted fishing wire. Fishing wire is good to have. You should get some fishing wire.
What would I use it for?
Hanging stuff up, but so that you can't see that it's hung up because the fishing wire is so fine. It's like what you'd use for magic tricks. But it's really strong. You could hang a chair up and it would look like it's just hovering. You could be like, that chair just doesn't fall down. I don't know what's going on. People would be like, that's mad. That's like the That's like the SCP Foundation.
So I walk into this fishing shop and just point at the mealworms and go, "Can I eat these? Are these safe for humans? Are these good?"
Yeah, and they have to tell you, because if you eat them and die, they're liable.
I don't usually keep receipts from places, so they'd have no evidence.
Well, don't tell them that. What? Obviously, don't tell them that if you want good advice. I'm in a tough little area. Do you know, one thing about Dark Souls, it doesn't really explain why everyone's stressed. Like, you just go into an area and like people are like, hey, we're not really affected by the thing that's happening, so we're all pretty calm.
Yeah, what is the plot of Dark Souls? Why do all these guys want to fight?
Well, there's like this metaphysical problem with the universe, which is like entropy set in. But entropy is represented by this great flame, and this flame is what keeps the world hot and allows like life to exist. But because it's going out, things that are like alive and sentient are just becoming dead and mindless. So like they're still animate, but they're just mindless and violent, and you know, story reason why there's just humanoid angry people everywhere. And the great question is like, what do you do about that? Because there's this guy who's like just trying to relight the fire and be like, well, we just need the fire to be going again. But then there's another faction which is saying, look, this is just naturally, and whatever this period of existence is coming to an end. Something else will happen, but we shouldn't keep living in like on life support like this, because that's awful. Let's let the flame go out and see what happens. And everyone's like, no. Even when the flame's a little bit out, it's like horrible. That's the worst idea I've ever heard. Fully out would be the worst, the worst universe of all kind. And that's like the central conceit of what is going on here. And also like time is non-linear, and like just the universe is sort of crumpling like a very, very old bike. That's my précis.
I vaguely understood some of that, but also I was just on the Twitter account that Josie Hypatia suggested I submit my Star Mix poetry to, so I wasn't fully concentrating.
But
fine. Even if I was, I feel like the plot of Dark Souls would have made equal sense to me as it just did.
No, I think it's coherent. I'm just going to believe that you were distracted. I think I explained it fine. It's fine you were distracted, but I think you would have understood it.
You explained it fine. I just don't understand why games.
This isn't games, though. This is a story you could tell. This isn't. It's the story of a game, but you could write these words down in a book if you wanted to.
It wouldn't be a book I would read.
No, and I wouldn't recommend it. It's not a book I would read. Do you know they made a book of Death Stranding?
Really?
Death Stranding has...
I was just going to ask if there are books of Dark Souls, because it seems like the sort of thing that would have some really heavy, dense books.
I would actually read them, you know. I don't think I'd enjoy them, and I don't even think they'd be good, but I would read them. It is interesting which games lend themselves to books and good books.
Yeah.
I actually thought Death Stranding would be, because it seems to have done so many big, weird ideas on world building, but I've heard it sucks. I've heard it's not so good. And there's like a whole bunch of books set in the Doom universe, which is a game where you just shoot devils with a big gun. And that spawned multiple
Did they
novels.
have to invent backstory for those books to exist?
There's a tiny bit more backstory. And they made a film of Doom starring Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson. So the Doom kick-started the idea of the genre of game where you can see from someone's perspective, from a first-person perspective, and you can shoot a gun from a first-person perspective. They were like the popularizers of that idea.
Oh. They invented be a person shooter gun games.
They invented first-person shooter gun games.
That's what the genre is called.
Yeah.
Oh, what's your favourite genre of games? Oh, the ones where you be a person, shoot a gun.
Be a person, have gun, shoot gun.
Suck a gun.
Suck on a gun. And then it got even more notoriety because the Columbine shooters were big Doom fans. And so the whole narrative about video games causing violence was kind of catalyzed in a big way by that in particular. You can actually, like, Doom had a big modding scene. Like, this was, we're talking like 90s internet. You can still play the custom levels made by the Columbine shooters. They're still listed in the archives.
Oh, wow.
It's weird, isn't it? Apparently they're not very good. Apparently they're not designed very well.
Have people played them and just like concocted all sorts of conspiracy theories around them?
Maybe. I mean, I think they're just some bland levels. It's not like they're reconstructions of their school. I don't think it really has any relationship.
People, though. They will try and find the parallels.
Of course.
True crime podcast, guys.
But the only wider story that Doom has, I mean, they made some later sequels, but the idea is that a mega corporation on Mars opened a portal to hell for business reasons.
For business reasons?
Yeah, I think hell was... they thought it would open up a renewable source of energy. So it's sort of a climate game. But then there's just this... You're this one guy and you've got to assault the legions of hell, but on Mars.
I don't like it when a game has plot. Like, I've been playing the... Whenever I try and play a Pokemon game, I'm like, no, I don't care about any of the plot. Just let me get through and catch Pokemon and run around. I don't want to have to fight some bad guys.
Games should
have Pokemon.
Games should have an optional plot.
Yes.
There's no reason it has to be... There's just no plot and you're just a contextless figure in a contextless world. But you should just be able to skip anything and go into the action, shouldst thou wilt. So in Dark Souls, the plot is almost entirely told through descriptions on items that you can just not read if you don't want to. And that means
how games should be.
Well, it does mean if you want to know the story, working out what's going on is about as hard as the game itself.
Oh.
Like, it's notoriously... It took a big community effort to work out what the story of the game was. Like, an individual probably couldn't work it out.
I'm seeing some discourse about the invention of the new law, and I could actually get the exact date when I remember it first being mentioned, if you want.
Yeah, sure.
I could find that information.
How?
Okay.
How would you find that information?
Because I remember the day that it happened, and I remember what else I was doing that day, and I will have written about that in my journal.
Oh,
so I can just go back through the archives. Yeah.
Your diary means you don't need to have a memory at all. Well, you need to
great,
have partial
but I
memories.
Still do.
You need to have some partial memories so that you know what to look up and when. Like, you have to know that it might be in there. I have a few years worth of diaries. And I thought when I was older it would be something I consider really valuable. But now that I'm reminded that I have them, I think I might throw them away. I think think I don't want them at all. I think it's because I was writing my diaries in the cringiest years of my life.
Okay, I'm back. I find it really funny that we were keeping a diary at the same college several years apart.
That's true, yeah, I did keep... I was keeping my diary when I was at Wake.
That is...
Yeah, sorry to everyone that there's lore, and can I just say I never intended for there to be this much lore. Do you know? Yeah, okay, it's my fault for introducing a lot of ideas, but I always thought we'd just laugh and move on, and we never did. Everything stuck around. Everything was rinsed. Ow! Ow! Ow!
Okay, first mention of the new law is the 29th of... Which one's the 5th month? May? Yes.
January, February, March, April, May.
Saturday the 29th of May was the first new law mention.
That's ages ago. That's ages ago.
It's still funny.
No, it overstayed its welcome. It overstayed its welcome by a large margin.
Wow, this is like 3 notebooks ago at this point.
How much time does a notebook represent, or is it not uniform?
It's not uniform. It depends how big the lines are and also how much I can be bothered to write at any given time.
Does it also... Is it about also how much life you have at the time?
Yes.
Is it inversely proportional to how much life you have? I would have imagined if your life gets too busy, the journaling might go by the wayside. Whereas when nothing's really happening, there's actually an excess amount of documentation.
Yeah, sort of. I'm just looking through to see if there's anything else referencing this community that I can mention.
Wow, proper historian.
I think this was where Mall Vision happened.
Yes, May, right? May 2021.
Yeah.
If I wait around this corner, I won't need to deal with these people, I think. So I'm just going to hide. This is a good time for anything you can share while I stand still and scared.
It's really hard to read my handwriting.
What kind of issue does your handwriting have? Do you write in cursive?
Which one is cursive? Hang on.
Cursive is where all the letters, everything's joined by a single line,
yeah.
and they all sort of flow.
I write in cursive and I write entirely in lowercase unless I'm shouting and then it's in all caps.
That's
because I have been too online.
Yeah, I wonder where the lowercase aesthetics... That's funny, right? Because I think we're a very different internet generations, but I'm fully lowercase guy.
Yeah.
And I can't help it. It just looks good to me. And that's probably not going to change. I've botched what I was trying to achieve here. Don't turn around. Oh, they turn around in that exact spot. That's fucked.
I've written here, I'm feeling a legitimately dangerous amount of excitement for Mall Vision. If you don't hear back from me, I've had a heart attack. Which I didn't, so that's great.
That is great. What's your resting heart rate?
I don't know. Oh my god, Josie, I love that book.
I don't.
I
I
made-
don't. I don't know
I
it. It
made
sounds
Gretchen
great.
McCulloch laugh online once.
Oh
Because we
wow.
were at the. I went to an online linguistics conference where I was massively out of my depth as the only person with less than 1 degree.
Oh no. Ooh, new leggings. I think I can get these guys outfits, which is great.
Pontiff leggings.
From Deacon to Pontiff. Whoa. Ow. 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 Oh, this guy's gonna get me. This guy's gonna be the hell of me.
The hell of you.
This guy's gonna hell me. Okay. Why everyone extremely high training combat? I think you'll always see, because everyone is like split into factions, right? When you read the item descriptions, you're like, this was one of the foot soldiers of the such and such. This was one of the people associated with this. I think it was like, this is this, I don't know when it is. You know, it's medievalism. I think every faction had foot soldiers, and they're the only people who have survived. Once everyone's turned violent, I guess only people who were in some way skilled in combat are the ones still wandering around, able to not be dead. A little bit of a headcanon, maybe. I think there's a very cool boss. Very hard, cool boss. Probably won't get past it today.
How far through the game are you? Because I can't tell.
Not even halfway, I think. And there's DLC for this, which I've never done before, but would like to. Ooh. A little Bonnie. Don't mind if I do.
I've now once again run out of things to say, so I'm going to exit the night hall.
That is
thank you for having me.
Your privilege. Thank you for the poetry and the history.
If anyone knows any other websites that have reviews of supermarkets, not reviews of supermarkets, reviews of Haribo Starbucks, then please contact me.
Contacts you? Maybe I should do something smarter than that. Maybe vitality. Maybe I should look after myself. The Church of Yorshka. I think this is Pontiff Suleiman, someone. Even outside of medieval times, if you look at there was something called liberation theology in South America. If you think about the leftist fights, like people like Che Guevara and stuff like that, there were priests who were like, okay, well, my understanding of the teachings is I should get a gun and fight with people. And that was interesting. Interesting battle priests. It looks like there's a lot of branching paths here, which is nice. I can go a few ways. Hidden wall? Laggard. Laggard? What's a laggard? Try wings, in short, try skill. As in you want me to go up. Laggard. Well, you can just scale up a battle priest. I have no idea about the final day politics of Meatloaf. Oh, little pages. Looking solemn and forlorn. Very sad. Attacking ahead. Doesn't sound good. So, when you go to a bonfire, everything refreshes. Anything that was around before is now back. Hello. I want that item. So I guess we'll do a plunging attack. Did we manage to do a plunging attack? Oh, let's look at my new leggings. I want the whole set, but let's see what we got. Pontiff leggings. Oh, they're going to be quite heavy. They might make me do a heavier roll. They're going to make me do a heavier roll. Oh, I don't like these at all. They don't fit with my... I need a set of something. Let's stick with the Archdeacon. I need more clothes. Cool. Oh, that's bad. And we can hit each other through the walls. Oh, you can hit me through the walls. Someone over here saw me and has just chosen not to get more involved. You definitely not want... You must be tethered. It must be specifically scripted not to leave the area. The corner with the pages. Yeah, I mean, we just live in a world where there are games that feel like they're designed to only be done with the assistance of guides. And that's why I think Demon Souls is like so key to the hype. Even though everything really kickstarted in a more mainstream way with Dark Souls. Apparently, like, early day Demon Souls, it went under the radar. But then people just kept pushing, like, there's more in this game. And they just kept finding secrets. And it just never stopped. They kept finding that there was a lot of weird depth to the game. Magic clutch ring. I don't think I care. Sounds like it's to do with magic. I don't deal with magic. I'm not a magic user. Yeah, I've never interacted with it. Just never had the consoles. So I never really played Demon Souls. I would like to. Although part of me feels like... I wonder how well it would hold up. I mean, it feels like it did hold up. People enjoyed it, got good reviews. I don't know what going over here's got me. I don't know. I don't know what progress looks like now. Yeah, I'm just not about to get a PlayStation. I just sit around waiting for the few things that Sony ever ports. And it's a bit of an odd one. You can't quite tell if they're like opening up to the idea of doing ports of stuff. Do you know, I really just want to play Persona 5. And it feels weird that Strikers, the follow-up spin-off game, came out on so many platforms. And it's like, oh, this is a good game. Who are these characters? What's this story? Is there any way I can find that out? That's cool. I think I'm perfectly happy just having a Switch and a PC. For now. Well, I could either go round the back of... I just thought there was more stuff here. So over here is where there's probably those two guys wandering around. So I'm sort of risking it, even being here. That doesn't. That's going to be a shortcut later. Where are those? Oh, I think I'm being risky. Yeah, okay, that's a risk. Run away. And then I saw people over here, didn't I? But I guess I got them. It does feel of a certain figure of a certain stature of a certain age who has a certain amount of fame and a certain amount of accrued wealth through fame that's been held onto through decades. It normally is just a safe bet to assume they've gone right wing. Like, it's sort of interesting when that hasn't happened. With like a weird novelty. What was the thing about Greta? Greta was useful as a beacon for people who wouldn't otherwise say anything about climate change or even get involved, to just shoot their mouth off. Maybe she was brainwashed, right? Yeah, it became so weird that, like, the climate... It's like a lot of things. People don't like having the debate, but they love having a proxy to have the debate. So people won't say, here's what I think about climate change, but they will have these really convoluted and very specific opinions about Greta. And it's like, what's made you focus in that much on this thing? Good night, Josie. Thank you for the company. Swedish environmental activist Greta Thunberg has responded to rock music veteran Meatloaf's comments about her. Last week, the bat out of hell said, I hate this way of writing. It's like the standard way of writing. You've said Meatloaf, so now you have to say the bat out of hell singer. It's like, no one would... That doesn't sound good. Just say meat... You've internalized this rule that you've said Meatloaf, so you can't say it again. So you have to come up with this horrible, unnatural sounding phrase. Last week, the Bat Out of Hell singer explains that he feels for Thunberg, who he claimed has been brainwashed in believing in climate change. For his part, Meatloaf said he believes there are no such thing as climate change in the interview last week on January the 1st with the Daily Mail. On Monday, January the 5th, Thunberg lodged a retort on Twitter. Yeah, I think you're right. That's what it's trying to do. I personally would write Meatloaf and then include the parenthetical. Last week, Meatloaf, who is best known for his works on albums such as Bat Out of Hell, has commented on such and such to say such and such. I don't know why I've got strong feelings about this, but it turns out that I do. Were you benign? Have I killed a benign being? No. It must have been evil. Why else would I have killed it? It must have been bad. I would never kill an innocent. Am I supposed to think something about this, or is it just a place to put items? Just for items. I think that just it was really interesting. Like, so there's this comedy club, Comedy Unleashed, which started off as just a bunch of people who had at any time gone right wing and annoyed their peers. So Comedy Unleashed was their main like figureheads was Andrew Doyle, who's the writer behind Jonathan Pye, who got a lot of flack because Jonathan Pye ultimately just said a lot of right wing things. What's his name? Andrew Lawrence, who went on this weird rant at the Fringe one year. He just went on Twitter and said, "I'm not getting enough work because the BBC have made quotas to allow more women onto panel shows, and that means that the panel shows are shit because the women comedians are shit, and I should be getting more work." And everyone was like, "That's fucked what you've written." So he became one of them. Then there was Will. I remember his name. Will was an interesting one. He came from America, from the American comedy scene. He had a pull quote that likened him to, say, like the next Robin Williams, and he'd do a lot of like character improv, switching voices and stuff, which is, I guess, where it gets the Robin Williams comparison. Then transitioned and performed as a woman for a while, and I think had a horrible time of it, and then transitioned back, but transitioned back in such a way that like retconned the whole thing, and was like, I was never trans, I was just dressed as a woman for some reason, and then went full Trump, just went full like Trump, no climate change, just, I don't know, something really sad must have happened. Something really sad and complicated and psychological must have happened. But anyway, they were like the trio of names built around Comedy Unleashed. But, oh, and then there was Leo Kearse, who was just a kind of reactionary, who is still a reactionary Scottish comedian who does a lot of puns. And I think it's sort of interesting for a pun guy to become an overtly right-wing political figure, because there's something incredibly apolitical about puns. But I think they must write different kind of material now. I don't think it can just be, I'm the right wing pun comedian. I'm like the fascist Tim Vine. I just don't think there's a. But anyway, they are all the people that are now on Will Franken. But they're all the people that are now, well, not Will, because he got kicked out. So Will actually got kicked out because he made fun of Toby Young. Toby Young is the leader of the Free Speech Union, and Comedy Unleashed is the free speech comedy night. But Will Franken criticised Toby Young and made fun of him, which the actually organisers were trying to bring him on side and make him like an ally of the club. So they kicked Will Franken out and deleted all of his footage and sort of scrubbed him from history. The reason this is all relevant is because at the time all of this seemed like it was just this one club doing its own little thing, but now it's all been picked up by GB News. Oh, the reason I bring it up is because all of these things, I remember them being like, this is all anti-woke, this is all anti-like, it kept saying like, we're anti-woke, this is like against wokeism. But so much of the comedy was about Greta Thunberg. And Greta Thunberg's nothing to do with whatever you think wokeism refers to. Greta Thunberg's not like, Greta Thunberg's not writing exposés about how they rewatched Friends and it's actually really homophobic, or Greta Thunberg's not talking about the extrajudicial assassinations of like George Floyd. Greta Thunberg's literally like, there's climate change. When I'm an adult, the Earth's going to be too hot. It's sort of really separate from the other stuff, and that none of the origins of the word woke have anything to do with climate change. There's just so many Thunberg things. I don't even know if I'm saying it right. I want a little biscuit because I'm not saying Thunberg, and that's it. Oh, completely. It's because she is a proxy. You completely avoid the debate itself, and you get to couch it all in concern trolling about a girl, and because she's young, you can be like, "There's no way." You know, it's all couched in the concern of welfare for children, and this is the 101 methodology to be a right reactionary about anything. I mean, it helps the most if you're a transphobe or a homophobe, because then you could be like, but what if a child was gay? What if a child had questions about gender? And the fact that it's happened to a child is supposed to like set off your alarm bells. Children are supposed to exist in a world outside of society where nothing that happens now, no pertinent questions that happen now, none of the developments and advancements and issues surrounding like identity and society are able to touch a child for some reason. They have to somehow live in a bubble. I'll make my completely free choice about who I will be after being inducted into society after living in a vacuum for 18 years. And the thing, like, woke was always a word from Black America. It's just woke was a word that a lot of people learnt in relation to the Black Lives Matter protests. And the speed at which wokeness is now a Swedish girl talking about climate change was you know, people are anti-woke with having a very big reluctance to define what they're saying, because wokeness always just refer to a broad collection of anti-racist analysis of how racism functions and perpetuates itself. I mean, I guess it's just a repeat of when people kept saying they were anti-Antifa. It's like, oh, you're anti-fascist. There must be a more concise... There must be a way we can get your business card a bit more concise here. You're in Sheffield? Do you live in Sheffield, or are you popping by? Are you speeding by on a train? Or are you just doxing yourself? Popping by. You should pop by, K-Car Russ. I've not been there in ages. There's a wonderful, I don't know if it's franchised now. Does anyone else have a K-Car Russ? I don't know what I'm talking about. Like a Chinese cake shop franchise. And I love it because obviously it should be Cakes R Us. And it's just this tiny, tiny mistranslation that I love it. It's just a little bit off. But they do a green tea Swiss roll. And they do nice tea and stuff. It's nice. The one on Division Street is the good one. There's one on London Road, but I don't think you can. I don't think there's got a cafe. Music gigs or comedy gigs. Just remembering how spotty my knowledge of the people in my chat are. Oh, there's one. That was the thing I was trailing earlier. I love these guys. Just a horrific design. There's a Cakeros in Manchester. You should visit it. I love them. I've not been in ages though. Brass band stuff. Gotcha. I feel apologetic. I feel whenever I don't know the full details of someone's life in chat, I feel like I'm such a bad streamer. I should have got you to completely dox everything about yourself. I think this is the route. Already I've lost confidence in that statement. Okay, let's get the worm. The worm looks dead. I think we can... Oh no! These are horrible. I think they set off my bad spider vibes. They set off the thing I don't like about spiders, and a little bit what I don't like about centipedes. Yeah, I think you are the person to be name dropped in the song. Well, so far. Do you know what I'd quite like to do? I've been meaning to do it for ages. But we should create some music that's just designed to be like the playlist for the streams. I was thinking a playlist of different moods that could just be summoned up. Because we've got Puppy, which is kind of a celebration. But there should be... like, let's say when Killian came on to do the poem, we wanted a music that was just profound, that would just like gave a grandeur to occasion. That would be good to make. It would be good to... what are the core emotions? I think grandeur, solemnity. You see, yeah, he's definitely an egg. Even more eggy like this. Very strong jawline. Confusion and anger. Yeah, I think there should be like no one understands what's going on. That's one. Concern. I think yeah, we should pick half a dozen at most. Emotions, hunger. Yes, we have Puppy. Bonfire ahead, perfect. Sure wants to go to bed. Tired. Maybe. There could be the posture check jingle. Do you know, that's the one that Twitch suggests to get you to do a posture check and to get you to hydrate. And I'm like, well, I'm not going to do those. Mine are going to be more convoluted. But honestly, I might put those in. I wouldn't mind. I wouldn't mind being told to sit up straight and drink more water. It's not uncommon for me to come away from a longer stream really feeling how I slouch. I sit very differently when I stream. I didn't realise this before, but I sit cross-legged on my chair most of the time. But when I stream, I don't do that. Pointless ahead sounds good. You were telling the truth. Yeah, I sit cross-legged. What do you mean, am I mad? What are you talking about, am I mad? What are you talking about, am I mad? That's how you fucked your knees. What's wrong with your knees? Oh, I'll allow. Hang on. Let me allow that. How did you fuck your knees? What are you talking about? Sorry, I'm being angry with you, even though you've hurt your knees. I'm a hardcore crossed-legged sitter. I'm not comfortable with the suggestion that it hurts your legs. I'm a big fidgeter, so I sit cross-legged in a lot of different ways. I also move my legs like I'll do one on top of the. You know how when you sit cross-legged, one leg folds over the other. Well, I'll then refold them so it's the other way around, and then I might sit lotus where they're both sort of folded in. Ow. And then I'll start again. What has happened recently is I've broken the arms on this chair, though. Got the IKEA markers here, but I would lift my entire body off of the chair. That's how I'd change positions so rapidly all the time. But because I'm doing that so constantly, I've now broken the chair arms. They've sort of bent. Legs up on the desk. I have a cardboard box under my desk that will allow me to do that. I have to have quite a tall desk because I'm quite a tall guy. Oh wow, pretty good. Not what I would have chosen for me, but I respect it. Yeah, so I've got a box. It might be the box that my computer tower came in. It's the right kind of height. Oh. A wizard? A wizard? A wizard? Oh, I'd love to just be gasping and gulping in an alcove all day. I think if ever there was a universal basic income, I'd do that. Do you know... to my politics again now. Do you know... If there was universal basic income and you could live, you know, fine. You don't have to, you know, it just has to be enough. And there's no expectation to do anything else. You could get a lot more mad people who just do mad stuff. You could just get wizards who live in the woods. You'd get a lot more mimes. The world would be, like, populated with really weird stuff now. I always wanted to be a Punch and Judy guy. And now I am. And then you go out and there's someone doing Punch and Judy. And you're like, oh. One of the stranger outcomes of universal basic income. Punch and Judy's back. You'd have weirder people. There'd be weirder people around. It's not something anyone's really spoken about in... There's those people who want to be really weird. Or they just want to do like train modelling all day. And there'll just be more train models in the world. There'll be so many strange outcomes to universal basic. Oh my god. I didn't like that. Because when I read these accounts of like what went on in 800 BC in Britain, there was just like... You could just be in the woods and it's like, then I met this guy and he lives in the woods. He just lives in one of the trees. And you just can't get that now. They'd have to sign on. Well, I think the problem, and it wouldn't be solved by universal basic income, is land ownership in Britain is fucked. Almost all land can be tracked down. And loads of it tracks down to the royal family. And it's just like, this is private. Do you know, like... a majority of like hills in the UK, you can't even just set up a tripod and film on it because that footage can't belong to you. You can't just like go out and be like, I'm just going to vlog on a hill. Can't put pretend. I am fully read up on the wild camping laws. You can wild camp, I think only in Scotland. Scotland allows you just to pitch up. You can go up to some loch and pitch up, which sounds idyllic, TBH. But technically not legal. Oh my god, what's happened to my health, please? Getting zomboed. What's happened to my health? You can't see it. You can't even bloody see it. I will move it. I'm gonna move it. Please, please alert me if the zombies get close. Okay, Scotland gets warm in the summer. You can have a warm. I'm not saying it's easy, but you can have a warm time in Scotland if you go to an incredibly specific place at an incredibly specific time. I think camping's about being cold. I'm probably going to be camping in Wales this spring when I go to Mac. Bring it down. Can barely see what I'm doing. Gonna hope it looks okay. There we go. There are scaries at low my health bar. It looks like it's back now. I need to remember to move that around more. Or have a bunch of presets. Camping sucks. Holes? Do you know what, Mac? I hear so much camping sucks. There's so many people that just don't camp that come to Mac and camp. Mac taught me to love camping. I actually really am fond of camping. I can't explain why. On paper, I shouldn't enjoy it. I did, I think the most festively... I hate the idea of a proper festival. And I do think the only reason I like camping is because I've only ever camped when I've gone to a festival to perform. So I'm always in the artist spaces. And it is a bit weird because I'm only just there to do some comedy. And then I'll see someone that I consider like a famous musician, someone that I've come to see. And then I'm like, oh, you're a few tents down from me. I go in? Oh, that was a bad idea. That was a really stupid idea. I'm gonna get maggoted. Oh, you are stronger than I was expecting. Hang on, I need to catch my train of thought when I'm back. Wow, 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 wow. Some bad stuff here, I think. Yeah, yeah, I'm quite happy to call it and say that's some bad stuff. Can I chuck one of these? I shouldn't have done. I shouldn't even have tried it. This is goodbye. This is that can be an illusory wall. Any illusory walls for me? Okay. I'm back. Quite like camping. I was doing camping, but it's never been enjoyable. Why would you camp when you could be in your house? There's something about it, honestly. I don't know. I don't know what it is. Camping is a liminal space. Is that the worst? Is that the most pretentious way I could describe it? Really want to get to Mac. Not done it before. Really happy to okay being in a room with other people. It seems unlikely. Well, that's why I'm so relieved about Mac, because I'm going to be in a tent. Mac is almost completely outdoors, and you just go in for a show. So you would be in a room only for like the hour that the show is. And then all the food is outdoors, there's music outdoors, you're camping outdoors. It's got to be one of the safest comedy festivals during the pandemic. Nearly cooked myself. Yeah, I did camping at Blue Dot. I did Blue Dot. When were you at Blue Dot? Probably not the same year I was. I am at Mac. Yes, I am at Mac this year. It looks like they are a little bit crunched, so I'm probably only doing one thing. I'm going to bring my ball lightning show that I'm working on. It's going to be very underdeveloped, very work in progress. I'm not going to have had the opportunity to like work on it and develop it as much as I normally would. But at least I can do it in Mac. I'm going to be in the rugby club this year, I think, which is, I think, the biggest venue they've given me for a solo show. 2018. You might have been there the year I performed. Was I there 2018? That or 2019. Might have been 2019. I don't know if I've actually seen anyone in the rugby club. I think the rugby club's passed me by. Remember the bowls club? I love the bowls club venue. What are the dates of Mac? My date is Saturday the 20th of April, so it must be that weekend. So, that weekend in April. Oh, in the Big Mac Arena. Those are terrifying. When I first did that, that was the biggest gig I'd ever done. That's like a capacity of 500, right? I've just seen so many. Yeah, I just have a lot of fond memories of the Balls Club. And seeing Mark Silcox in that tiny cellar room was wonderful. Yeah, Macarena is definitely the pun they're going for. This is the first room they ever gave me was a Swallow Theatre, which is just someone's like, I don't know who owns it, but it's like this little room. It looks like it was once a barn, and it has nesting swallows that need to be given access in and out of the roof. So swallows can come in and out of your venue during the show. Didn't really see a lot of actual swallow action, but as a concept for a venue to do a show in, you're not beating that. Yeah, it was great. What did I do it in the year after? The year after wasn't quite as good. It was a converted room in the pizzeria, and it wasn't bad. It just wasn't quite as good. I feel like I'm being ungrateful. I can have preferences. But yeah, big fan of Mac. And I'm not doing the Fringe this year. It looks like there's been a lot of reorganisation happening at the Fringe, and venues and stuff have split up, and the people who manage the space I want have changed, and I'm too behind, and I don't want the stress. I'll do the Fringe in 2023. Alright, what am I doing? I'm just wandering. I heard most big events have to that's cancelled. Yeah, but I have never really gone with the big four. And those venues have sort of changed management, so even if the people wanted to honour the agreements we had, that company no longer runs that space, so this new space would be like, I don't even know who you are. Not quite, actually, because they wouldn't know who I am, but they never made an agreement with. I think there's going to be another big shake-up at the Fringe, and I don't want the stress of it. I'm not going to have a match fit, a Fringe a Fringe ready show by the summer, because I don't want to be going and doing mad previews. I'll do some previews, but in reality, there'll be actually previews for 2023. And I'll just work on a show more slowly. Oh, but Mando's might be doing some live shows this year. Mando's will be about... It looks... We haven't announced this, but I feel like I can tell you Mando's will be in the spring and early summer. We will be doing sort of a little tour. That would be London, Sheffield, Manchester, Liverpool. Provisionally, I think Liverpool. What are they called? World Transformed is going to be in Liverpool, so we'll do something there. We've sort of been provisionally. They want to, because we had to pull out of last year because it's hard to get to and COVID and stuff. And we don't know. There are other cities that I think we could have a good time in, but it takes a specific set of circumstances, I think, for our show. I think Mando's could have a dodgy time with the wrong crowd, you know. Probably not. Sorry. I don't really think so. I think we actually have more listeners in India than we do in Ireland. And we're not planning to go to India. It's funny when you do a podcast and it's like, there are some users that live in Mexico who listen to you religiously. It's like, that's great. Don't know who they are. They've never said anything to us. Happy they're enjoying it. How many use people? Oh, it's our second biggest audience. Yeah. But it's obviously spread across a really, really vast country, so I don't think it would make sense to go to America unless some analytics could go, oh, in St. Louis you've got a few thousand people who love you, but you don't. You get breakdowns by states actually, but it just breaks down to, like, you know, the major population centers, but still spread out. Oh, I think it could. It just be really. It needs to be more of a surefire thing. Like I don't disagree with you, but I don't feel like it's ready to try yet. Ooh, I might have enough for another upgrade. Oh, but I don't have enough cash. I'm not liquid enough. Okay. If I go in here, it starts you guys walking, so then I'll just be patient. Actually, I don't need to be patient. Those guys can walk out. How do I get to the flipping pontiff? I thought there's a pontiff here to worry about. Did I imagine this? Is there any way to progress here, or am I being silly? Absolutely no oh yeah. Yeah, so I'm tentatively making plans for do live stuff when the weather picks up. There's nothing that's going to improve COVID numbers now, because it's just going to be allowed to rip through stuff, but I'm trying not to do stuff where I have to stay for a long time. I've just received an email saying Soho wants to put on the Bone Show again, even though last time I sort of said no. And I have to have a big think about it. I think I don't want to do it, but at the same time, it'd be very good for my career. I've not done Soho before. I'd come away with some money. It would encourage people in London to remember I exist. If I wanted to get back on the horse with getting an agent, having that and saying, come to my show in Soho if you've not seen me before. But I don't want to bring the skeleton costume out. I'd need to find someone who could be in the skeleton costume. I'd need to remember the show. I changed loads of elements of the show and I don't remember it. My documentation for what's in the show, what I do, and how to perform it is almost non-existent. I am not in the same frame of mind. It's been years. Like, sort of, it wouldn't be fun. It would be kind of a slog for me to do it. I'd be doing it for career reasons. I don't know. I don't know if I want to. Can't I just make a new show that's better? Can't I make another good show and say, look, if that show's gone now, I'm doing this. Mono, I don't know which thing you're arguing for, because that could be an argument for like, it's been a long time, so maybe it's time to bring it out again, people ready again. Or it could be like, everyone's sort of... I feel so different from that show, and whatever I was trying to accomplish with it isn't really where isn't really where I'm at anymore. And as much as it got a lot of praise and it is a good show, I was never fully happy with it. It had all these holes in it that were like... I never feel like it got fully finished and became the thing I wanted, and it feels weird for me to show that off again, because I'm not going to do the work in it to make it feel finished to me. I'm just genuinely not going to do that. Can I get down there? Is that where I want to be? And also the Bone Show is so much about... It's got so much death in it. It's about being dead and stuff. And I feel like going, well, there was a big pandemic and I'm going to ignore that and bring back this thing that was made directly before it. Well, like 1,700 people died. 1,070,000 people died. Well, no, I want to do this new show. My new show's called Orb, and it's about do you know, Orb is going to be a lot closer to what I wanted to express with the Bone Show. And it's about when I was a child and Orb of ball lightning went through my head. And I think that could be fun. I have some ideas for it. And I don't know. I think the people like the Bone Show will like the Orb Show when it's done. So I just don't see why I need to bring the Bone Show out of retirement. I can just make the Orb Show. Yeah, I think I just want to make the Orb Show. I've got a limited amount of energy and I want to spend it going forwards. Yeah, I think that's my decision made. Sorry guys. I have to live for me. Well, I don't like that they're hot now. I don't actually like that. But, you know, whatever. I spend a little bit too much time trying to move out of the way of other ideas in case it feels like I'm gagging. But things can move out of the way of me. Bones out, orbs in. Well, I might turn around and say, look, I'm not doing it. I'm working on a new show. Come and see that and go, look, I've turned you guys down because I can't be bothered. You come and meet me even more halfway. Here's what I am willing to do. Well, I had the idea for this show before that whole pondering orb meme thing comes in. But a lot of the people who come to see live comedy aren't connected to that Twitter world anyway, so they won't make the association. I don't think you can... I don't think you can spend too much time sweating what weird Twitter is aware of when you're trying to write a show for... When you're in Edinburgh, you're like... You have to write a show that could be enjoyed by the least online people you'll ever meet in your life. Because there's always going to be like 50-year-old landlords who wander in. Doesn't matter how weird you make the marketing and copy and image. Doesn't matter how much you try to communicate a specific aesthetic to a specific demographic. Some people will come in and they'd be like, this was a show, like the image was just me with like bulging eyes and picture of me getting sick, and the copy was I am get sick, and the only quote was like, this guy's a fucking nutcase from The Scotsman, and someone who's like 60 years old will bring their dad to it and be like, why didn't I enjoy this? You're fucking shit, I hate you. I'm gonna try and get you sacked. It's like, why did you come? What is the point of marketing if you'll just wander in? When I did the Bone Show, the Telegraph turned up to review it. No one asked the Telegraph to turn up. Who's told you to turn up? I think I got a shout out by someone on one of the BBC radios. Have you heard about this phenomenon? I was talking about comedy. It's happening again. It's midnight and I'm just going to talk about comedy. Have you heard about this phenomenon where, like, a show will get big and it ruins the show? Like, a comedian has got buzz around them. That buzz means that, you know, the buzz makes people who never would have otherwise come to the show. They sit in the audience and they don't laugh, and now the show sucks. I remember seeing John Kearns on the day after he was nominated for either newcomer or best show, and the atmosphere in that room sucked. And nothing to do with John, just to be absolutely clear. Great show, great performer, but like, what do you do? Okay, Mighty Five, can you elaborate on the manner in which you feel like you're hearing more about orbs? I'm curious as to what that means to you. Oh, hello. Oh my god, it's the actual guy from the cell. This sucks. Hang on, I'll read the chat in a minute. I need to get killed by this guy as a matter of urgency. I hate this guy. I don't want to mince my words at all. I hate this guy. He's an amalgam of maggots. Oh, he did give me a great magic shield, though. Alright. Yeah, I really love the rare occasion we go to see a strange show, and there's some normally no idea. Oh, yes, so I went to go and see Neil Hamburger, which was, I think, the biggest occasion of that. Just the strongest instance of that vibe absolutely dominating proceedings. I know, like, the received wisdom is like, get everyone to review you who can. But I 100% don't. I send out very few press releases just to the places where I'm like, if they liked the show, that would make me happy. A place like the Telegraph, if they liked the show, that wouldn't make me happy. And if they didn't like the show, that wouldn't make me happy. So I don't want them to come. Don't come to my show. Oh, they're giving me bleed? I'm bleeding now? And it wasn't as good seeing him in a venue where less people knew his shtick. Maybe in Edinburgh it was a real mix. Because Edinburgh's really weird in that way. Edinburgh is like this place where you can guarantee a significant chunk of the audience for anything don't know why they're there. They don't know why they're there, they don't know what this is. And they're not going to enjoy it. Some teenagers told them to come. Using a lie. I'm still maggoted. Oh, that's where I'm got my maggots from. Oh my lord. Don't kill, don't kill. Don't kill, just kiss. Don't kill, just kiss. I'm dead. In music, I think we assume the performance exists kind of in a vacuum room from the audience. Well, it kind of can be. Comedy picks up this really... The weird social aspect is the audience need to keep approving of it by laughing. And... You know, you can be in a... Well, maybe not completely. This isn't true completely. But to a greater degree, I think you could be in a music gig, listen to the music, know that other people are hating it, but it doesn't affect your specific experience of it. You're like, I'm hearing this, I love seeing these performers, I like hearing the sounds, I'm watching them perform. It might drain the energy, it's not quite as good as it could be, it's great when the audience is all clearly in it, but I'm still listening to it, I'm hearing the thing I came out to hear. But in comedy, you see someone you love perform a show you already know, but now it's tanking to an audience. I don't know. it feels like you're seeing almost a different thing. It will definitely affect the performance. You might see someone deviate from their original script to try and win it back. I've come to aggro this guy. Why? This guy is the bane of my life. Oh, I wouldn't mind going in there and getting their souls though. Oh, I completely invertedly misunderstood your comment, Josie. What are the good Irish culture magazines? And what are they like? This is what I want. Can I survive? Can I run? Can I leave? Can I goodbye? Can I goodbye this? Comedy, TV and film. Well, you could watch those on your own, though. I mean, I know a lot of people don't. Maybe comedy is something people prefer to watch socially. But the fact that you can, I think, changes it a little bit. Orb elaboration. I think Orb chat has been mostly revitalised by the Stratford giant LED orb. Being made by the guys behind the Madison Square Guns in London to beam adverts 50% of the day and an angry red glow the rest of the day. And when the local councillor was asked about locals opposing the idea of developing orb madness, told them if you don't like it here you can leave. Orb madness? Please, more information? Do you want to come into the Nighthole? Oh yeah, the room's not a comedy though. I mean, whatever. Forget about Tommy Wiseau's fluctuating descriptions of his own intent. That's sort of a bit different. You're having an ironic experience. And an ironic experience. I have gone to see some live performances ironically. I think it's a lot more of a heady cocktail, but you can seek out bad comedians and watch them for the same kind of fun. It does feel a lot more cruel, and I'm definitely a lot more conflicted about whether that's okay to do. But I don't see what harm befalls them, and that's how I've managed to get my conscience around it. They've got my money. I laugh at the right points, just for the wrong reasons.
Hello, this is Orb calling.
Hello, welcome Orb. Orb, can you read me?
I can read you, Orb. Can you
Over.
read me?
Coming through loud and clear,
Over.
Orb. 10-4.
I don't know any of the terms to say back.
Oh, I learnt them all. Me and Jack talked to each other in ham radio codes for quite a while using, when in some messenger apps you can hold down to record your voice. We just kept starting every message with and then saying our message, leaving a numerical code that describes the amount of danger we're in and leaving it like that.
Can you give me a brief rundown of the ones I would need to know?
I can't remember. 10-4 is just confirmation. There's one that means distress, and there's also one which is a numerical thing for going over and out. To be over and out means this is the end of the communication in total.
Right.
I'm sure someone in chat could bring up a more comprehensive list. I don't remember most of them now.
Oh no, I kind of just want to learn them third party through a misremembered list. I don't like an official link to a Wikipedia. I just want to sort of get them kind of wrong.
10-4 is your most entry level one, which is just it's just I have understood. I have heard what you've said, and I have understood it.
I mean, bold claim. Bold claim.
Yeah, it's pretty ballsy. Doesn't account for subtext. You have come, I believe, to tell me more about orb madness. Is that correct?
Yeah, so I've just been hearing a lot more about orbs. I don't know if it's that.
Just a strange sentence.
I don't know if it's anything to do with the Twitter alert that I set up for any tweet that mentions the word orb to be text immediately to my phone, or if it's the fact that that since you mentioned orb, I'm just on the lookout for more orbs.
I've met a guy.
Oh.
This is what I want to do with Blender. This is exactly what I want Blender for.
How would you describe that head?
Kindly. Wizened.
Kind of orbish?
To me, an orb is a completely geometrical, smooth shape. So I would want to deny it. Maybe the eyes are orbish.
Yeah, but I think he started out as an orb. You can't take his life experience like against him, right?
What do you mean started out as an orb? He was an egg or something?
No, I feel like his head started out like orbish, right? And he's grown. He's grown out of that orb.
He's grown out of an orb. What are you telling me? I think you've got orb madness.
This might be orb madness.
This is the best explanation of orb madness I could get. A tech demo.
Yeah, live demo orb madness.
Orb madness up close. He started out as an orb, and now he's something that's not an orb. What do you mean?
Isn't that true of all of us?
You think we started out as an orb? What do you mean?
No,
you mean as an ovum?
You look at a baby and you go, that head, it's a bit of an orb, isn't it?
So to me, an orb is like a perfect geometric sphere. Or at least like a football I'd accept as an orb, because that is really a sphere, but a head is not a sphere. A head is more like an egg.
So, hang on. So, I want to get to the bottom of your definition of orb here. Like, so orb has to be a perfect spherical circle, right? Is that what you're saying?
Or close to a sphere, or approaching a sphere.
Oh, so I thought orb was a lot more loose than that. I thought you could just generally circular object.
Circular? You're being very loose with the language here. Can you look up a definition of orb for me? Because I'm happy I'm happy to appeal to a higher power.
Definition of orb. A sphere or spherical object. 1. A celestial body, such as a sun or a moon. 2. 3. The Earth.
So it sounds like we're talking about spheres here, right?
Yeah, but I mean, you can get a bit wonky with a sphere, right?
Well, okay, so we really want to argue about that line when a shape stops being the shape that it is. How much can you deviate from a square before?
Well, you're saying a head isn't a sphere.
Yeah, I am saying that.
That's mad. You've got. Never mind me having orb madness. You've got orb madness.
I've got orb sanity, thank you. A head? Should we bring up a head?
It's a sphere.
No, come on, hang on.
I'm looking at your head. I can look at my head.
Yeah, look at my head. Look at my head. Look at my head. That's not a sphere. That's an egg. This is an oblong. Let me look.
It's not
This
an
is
oblong.
This is an oblong. This is an oblong.
Madness.
That's
madness.
not madness. This is an oblong. Hang on. Let me open up Photoshop. I'm going to open up Photoshop. And then I'm going to take a picture of my own head. Hope nothing kills me.
A sphere.
I'm not a sphere. There's no spheres in my entire body. There's no spheres in my entire body. Maybe my eyes, but even then I don't think so. Even then I'm not actually convinced. Okay, let me okay. First things first, hat up as to not obscure me. Oh, no, I'll take my accoutrements off. Right, that's my head.
Orb.
My hair's flat because I put my cap on
seeing
wet.
an immediate
Didn't
orb
expect to have to
presented
explain any
in
of this.
front
I can't
of
hear
me.
you. I've taken my headphones off. Just wait.
Good. I could say whatever I want.
Just be patient.
Just look at that big orb.
I can't hear
such
you.
an orb right now. It's fine. Don't need to hear
I'm
me.
back. Who are you talking to?
Just talking about how much how much your head looks like an orb.
It doesn't look like an orb. It is so an oblong. I think you're going to come out of this weeping. You're going to come out of this...
Elongated orb. Oh, Maggie, FBK. The head is not an orb. What? So to you, an orb has to be like a perfect ball.
Not a perfect ball. Because there is no perfect sphere, right? There are no perfect geometric shapes in reality. So I think that would be, too much to ask for.
So where does the line... I'm trying to test the boundaries here. Where does the line lie? Like... So let's go into Blender, right? We've got your head, but we've reduced it to a perfect sphere, and we're like,
okay. So here's me. Here's me, right?
Yeah.
Do you accept that that's me?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's get.
Tell me there's an orb setting in Photoshop.
We don't need an orb setting, right? That's the perimeter of my head. That's the perimeter of my head.
Yeah.
That's not...
I'm not arguing with the perimeter of your head.
You
what I'm
clearly
arguing with
are.
is the definition of what an orb is. Like if you went into Photoshop and went Photoshop insert orb, object orb, and it created that, then I'd be like, yeah, that's probably an orb.
But I think that's showing why you're wrong. If I was an orb, here's what I would look like.
Who is defining what an orb is?
We just said the definition is something that's a sphere, right? So if you wanted me to be an orb, let's try and get that circle to be circular. That would be me as an orb, and I would look like this.
Yeah, it says sphere or spherical object. Would you not count your head as a spherical object?
No, of course not.
Really?
I'm an oblong.
This is madness. No, an oblong has got like pointy edges, surely.
I think there's two definitions of oblong. One of which is it's a long circle, and one of which is a rectangle. I think
and we're using the convenient one for you tonight.
I was using the one that made sense in context, not the one that wouldn't make any sense in context.
It's just orb.
You've got a tall head. That a sphere has to
You understand what a sphere is?
Well, it doesn't sound like you do. It sounds like you've got orb madness. It sounds like you've gone completely off your rocker.
Right, okay. But if the word sphere, we all understand what sphere is, right? Perfectly.
I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced we do.
Sphere is like a perfectly round 3D circle. Why would we need the extra word orb? Like, surely orb adds in a dimension of magical realism to distort things, right?
Hang on.
Like, oh, we're in Blender. Come on, show up. Show what you've learned.
Well, I haven't learned this.
Insert orb. Where's the orb option?
I'm doing it. I'm doing it. So it would be
File.
It'd be this.
Insert
There you go.
object,
There's your fucking orb, mate. Right. This is an orb. Yeah. Do you understand me?
That's a sphere.
What? What are you talking about? An orb is a sphere.
No, it's sphere or spherical.
Hang on. If I have learned anything, I might be able to put my own face on as a mesh texture. Let me try that. I possibly don't know how to do this. Let me at least have a little go. Let me just export this and let me put me on the sphere. Okay, just put this in a temporary file. Don't need this long term. Let's call it Orb Morley. Okay, so let's.
Morley, at least. It's not confirmed that you're an orb yet.
I think you're. Okay, let me. Material properties, new material. Jeez, can I remember how to do this? New material. That's
fine. There's a lot of people in chat saying that you could just intuit this earlier.
No. The consensus on Blender is you can't intuit a damn thing.
They were saying orbs aren't spheres, and they were saying you can intuit Blender.
Okay. So if I wanted to go, God, how do you do this? So I've got this material, and if I wanted to, I think what I'd need to do is go on to texture painting, image, open image. Here we go. This might be where I do it. Okay. Orb Morley. Okay. And then do I want to draw my own face on, or do I want to... How do I do this?
I feel like you've biased this with the file name already.
I don't know if I know. I don't know if I know how to do this. Shading. So that's the shader. Subsurface color. Input. It might be I'm just not there yet. Texture. I don't think I'm there yet. Texture map. Where have you seen that? You can't just say the words to me, because where on this image, where here are these words you're seeing? There's so many things you can click on. I'll try. If I knew I was trying to do this, then I mode material single image. Maybe could be this. Honestly, it could also just not be this. I did this once at 5 a.m. and didn't write down how to do it. Yes. Great. So
Right, okay, so if you elongate it now so that it looks like an orb, top and bottom, you need to elongate it.
Hang on. Where's it gone? Why has it gone away again? Control. I've undone it somehow. I did it, but I've undone it. But how? Oh, I maybe know how. Hang on. How did I do it? I just did it. How did I do it? I did it. How did I do it? How?
I mean, I feel like if we needed an example of orb madness, this is it, right?
No, this is not orb madness. This is orb sanity. I did it. I did it, and now it's not done. And now it's not did. Orb Morley, correct. Let's just reopen Orb Morley and see if it... Click fill on the white box on the right hand side. On the white box on the right hand side. You mean the right hand side of both of the panels? Or the right hand side of the right on the left hand side?
Just hello to anyone who's joining us. Finding the Dark Souls. What are we playing?
Dark Souls 3.
Dark Souls.
Yeah, we're playing Dark Souls.
Yep.
Welcome to Dark Souls.
Welcome to Dark Souls. This is an important part of the game. No scope.
MLG. I did it, and then I've undone it, and I don't know how, and I don't know how I did it, and now I don't know how I've undone it. That's really bothersome.
Also,
did you just say also, and then that was it?
Yeah, that's my power. That's my power move.
That's all madness. The thing on your left is a UV map. But then it's not even showing on here my Orb Morley. Not even showing here. Oh, I've made a square. I've made a little oblong coming off.
Looks like an orb to me.
Yeah, I know all of this, Jade, but I don't know why it's white. I don't know why it's not the image I've selected. I mean, I know that that's a picture there, but should we abandon this? In fact, I can still make the same point, right? So, go back to just being a mesh. This is an orb. Do you agree? What are you trying to do?
Yeah.
Sharble.
Yeah.
Sharble, can you pop into the... Maybe not pop into the voice chat, but I just want to texture this with an image. Can you just give me the quick 101 on what I do? I'd probably go into texture paint or something, right? Or I'd add a... Probably not, right? I'd go add a material.
Or I feel like... Does Sharble have orb opinions?
Sharble will have orb opinions. And they will be correct. Oh. Can I just be clear?
I actually don't know how to do this.
Oh, really?
Like getting an image. I mean, yeah.
Well, the worst thing was, I just did it, right? I did it. I put my face on here, and then it just went, and I just couldn't remember what I just did. My face was on the orb, but it was very funny, and I was very happy.
Also, more importantly, Sharble, like all of this is quite meaningless. Like,
yeah.
we're trying to hash out a definition of what an orb is.
Oh yeah, heads aren't orbs. I'm sorry.
Thank you so
really?
much. Did I not say that Sharble would have the correct opinion?
I am the judge. I am the judge of orbs and
the judge, the jury, and the executioner, just like Sir Alan Lord Sugar.
That's me.
I wouldn't mind an execution.
You could
sounds good.
knock my orb right off my neck.
Well, you don't have an orb on your neck. Don't try and be cheeky at the last minute. You haven't got any orbs to be knocked off. Top right of the left-hand box. The top right of the left-hand box. It's like a mountain with a sun. It's like a mountain with a sun. There's this, which is shaped. This is proportional editing mode. I do understand this. The top right of the left hand. Oh, the top right of the left hand box. Oh, maybe I've moved on to something else since then. Like a mountain with a sun. Oh yeah. Yeah, this is just saying what I want to get from it. So it's saying if I want to take color alpha or whatever. I don't think it matters. What does matter is this, right? Go into sculpting. It'll just be simple. Oh no, I want layout, maybe. So if I go to the mesh, I can grab half of the mesh. No, I can do this maybe. Is this what I want? No. Is this what I want? I shouldn't be on Blender. I shouldn't be here. This is stupid. I should be on edit mode as well. This is it. Right, so if I... Is this an orb? Are you happy with that being an orb?
No, because it's not a complete sphere. Oh, now you've dragged it. Yeah, absolutely.
You think that's an orb? What is wrong with you? You think that's an orb?
Yeah, absolutely. Spherical.
That's not spherical.
Yeah. Spherical-like object. Yeah. I mean,
should we take a poll? Jamboard or Jade, could you just please run a poll on this? Can we just see how this... let me do one that shows up on screen. I feel like it's way more insulting. It's way more insulting when they just... Is this an orb?
Yes!
As the official judge of the orb, this is not an orb. That is not an orb.
It's not an orb, is it?
It's not an orb. I'm sorry. It's my official verdict.
Here's the orb, just for reference.
Fine. If we want to all side with Sean Orbley, then that's fine. But
you think that's gonna take me down? You calling me Sean Orbley?
No, I just thought this was an inclusive, welcoming community, and I've come in here with some alt facts about orbs.
Take it up with Michael Gripe. I'm not a safe space. I say my opinions. If you disagree, you're wrong.
I'm not even going to tell you about orb madness now.
I think you've told me an awful lot about orb madness. I think I'm well educated on orb madness. Can I re-orb this? Is that going to be an easy task? I grab all of these nodes and just bring it down. It's dodgy. It's a dodgy reorbification. Yeah, it doesn't quite connect in. A non-tessellating orb.
Would you say that's an orb? Well, you said it was a non-tessellating orb, so you reckon that's an orb, but a bit higher, and it's not. I'm trying to understand what the bounds of your definition are.
What do you mean, though? It's just a sphere. Orb and sphere are synonymous.
Really? Then why do we have orb? Why are we talking about orbs at all? I mean, this is madness.
What are you talking about? We have synonyms, right?
Right.
An orb and sphere is just synonyms. That's it. That's what you got to think about.
I mean, that's not an orb.
Is this an orb?
No.
Not an orb?
No.
Why not? Why not?
Too long, isn't it?
It's too long. Get rid of that. Let's bring a real orb in. But this is an orb, right? You're happy with that?
Yeah. I'm not saying a perfect sphere is not an orb. My main critique is that an orb can also be a non-perfect sphere.
How non-perfect, though? Because you seem to think all kinds of fucking nonsense is an orb.
Yeah, well...
You seem to be... Well... You seem to think all kinds of bizarro things.
I feel like an orb can really push the limits. I mean, like, you don't hear mathematicians use the word orb, right, a lot, and then I feel like that means it's non-precise. Okay, Josie Hypatia's come up with a good mathematic answer to this. Orb equals sphere plus or minus 3%. I think this is what defines us as people.
I'm
It's
speaking to you,
the
but what I
percentage
know
after
is an
the plus or
increasingly
minus,
challenging
right? Like, and I
time.
feel like I've just got a higher orb tolerance than you because I like to consider myself as an orb inclusive person.
Give it a new material with a image texture shader. No, this tutorial's out of date. Let's see. How to add an image texture to an object. What year is this from, though? You have to give a year with a Blender tutorial. 2019. Okay, wait, it might work.
I will shortly leave the job that it has been the honour of my life to hold, to have had the opportunity to serve the country I love.
It's taken too long. What happens when you drag an image on it? It just doesn't work that way. You can drag an image into the nodes, but I don't know which node set up to work with. So I'd have to go into... I mean, I definitely did it. It's really annoying. I did it. Also, this is completely pointless because I could learn how to do this and not need to just faff around like this. Preview surface.
King of Time makes a really good point. He says if rugby balls are balls, then heads are orbs. I think that's inscrutable logic.
I don't think that is. Is King of Time really saying stuff? Rugby balls are balls, heads are orbs. Ball here.
I mean,
he's
been timed out once already, so you know.
I honestly think that's pure nonsense. Ball doesn't mean sphere. Ball means has round bits and is used in sports. There are lots of ball-like things.
Orb. How are you defining orb?
Orb means sphere. Orb means sphere.
The premise of your next big comedy show is that orb took form as lightning.
Yeah.
How can that be a perfect sphere?
What do you mean?
You saying a perfect sphere of lightning hit you in the head and then knocked all consciousness out about you to be able to understand what an orb is? Is that what you're saying?
I understand what an orb is, and that hasn't. I understand what an orb is. I feel like I'm drifting away from winning. A glowing orb is mysterious and potentially ominous, but a glowing sphere is light, just a light. Orb has connotations, but it does just mean sphere.
No, but also like if you imagine lightning in a perfect ball, that doesn't feel right. So you kind of have to describe it in an orb because an orb contains.
Well, it doesn't have to be
multitudes,
perfect,
right?
It doesn't have to be perfect.
Exactly, and that's my point. It doesn't have to be perfect, like a head.
But your boundary for how imperfect it can be while still being an orb is beyond everyone else's, because you'll accept like cylinders, you'll accept rugby shapes, you'll accept things that no one else will.
I'm just trying to open the Overton window here on what an orb could be.
And you've not succeeded because you have to nudge the Overton window. You can't just exist outside of it because then you're part of the lunatic fringe. And that's where you found yourself. If you are too far outside the Overton window for any mainstream acceptability. Oh, I found out what's gone wrong. I found out that something has gone wrong and I know what it is now. And it's completely counterintuitive to what we thought we were doing. So at some point, I accidentally saved a completely white image. That's Dark Souls, we're not interested in that. I accidentally saved a white image back over Orb Morley. So it was putting Orb Morley on it, but Orb Morley by that point had just become a white box. So this is now Orb Morley. Orb Morley looks like that. So maybe I could fill Orb Morley in. Still not quite working. So why is that not working so well? So why is this not being what I want it to be? Something at some point happened, and that was exciting. I just don't know.
Jambud's been having palpitations, and I just want to check in that she's okay.
Jambud, are you okay? Do the process reply the picture again. What was it? What was that process? UV project? Probably not. UV map? No, I don't think it's that. I think Globe's gonna put. I think Globe's gonna confuse things. I think Globe ain't gonna help us here.
Would it help if you distorted the orb?
No, it wouldn't help me at all. So I can draw on my own face, but obviously I've got no incentive to do that. So let's save that Orb Morley. And then how would I bring up an image? Oh, this is a node. Okay, that's interesting. That's interesting. Okay, well, why don't we actually look at those nodes? Why don't we go into layout? And then, can I look at nodes here? No. How do I look at nodes? Modeling? Sculpting? Where are my nodes? UV editing? Texture paint?
I mean,
shading.
You say you've made a donut, but at this point, I'm even skeptical of that.
Hang on, I can bring the object in here, and then we could bring color and alpha into base color and base alpha, maybe. Yeah. Okay, okay, yeah, good. Okay, we've done it the node way, which I thought would be too complicated, but we can do it. Okay, so if we go back here and we bring the material in, and then we rotate this, and fucking Christ, I am the orb now.
Well, you're the sphere. Yes.
Okay, and then let's just revolve around it. There we are. There I am. Thank my life. Okay, so here I am. This is where I am.
So there you are as a sphere.
Yeah, as a sphere. But I mean, you wouldn't think I was a sphere if we did this. Right. That's not a sphere, is it?
Yeah.
That's
It's not a sphere. It's not a sphere. It's an orb. It's an orb. I mean.
Do you think that's an orb?
Yeah, if that came in as orb lightning with a mole face on it, and you were like, I've just been hit by some orb lightning, and it looked like that, then you'd go, yeah, probably.
I don't know.
That's an orb.
That's an orb. Look at this weird bulge, though. That's not an orb.
It's an orb.
Should we give me a nose? I think I need a little nose.
I mean, you've got a nose.
Oh, it needs to protrude, to be a true nose. X-ray mode's actually making life hard for me. I don't think I did a good job. Maybe what we need is a texture paint. So if I were to draw here, that might draw texture. So I don't want that. I want sculpting. So I need to see it with the nose here. And if I wanted to give it a nose, then I would inflate. So we'd want to inflate this area. Maybe we need to strengthen it. Is that inflating? Should it be bringing out? Blob. Let's blob my nose. Give me a bit of cheekbones over here. Give me a... No, it's blobbing me in. Blob me out. Blobbing me in. I look dreadful. This is the worst I've looked.
I feel like it's still an orb, though.
What are you talking about? This is so far from an orb. It's not an orb. No, I don't think so.
That's definitely an orb.
I think just
if that came into your house via the medium of lightning at night and electrocuted you to the point where you couldn't remember the definition of what an orb is, you'd go, I was just hit by a weird orb, wouldn't you? And then you'd drop all your balls on the floor out your grandfather's suitcase.
I think I keep trying to play with Blender. I'm putting this away. I'm going to learn this thing, and we can come back and play with this at a different time. This was too silly, and I'm not yet good enough to play with in the way I think I want to play.
I feel like you've if anything made your argument weaker.
No, I haven't.
The use of Blender.
You have completely disqualified yourself from rational discussion.
I've not even spoken about the thing that you wanted to speak about, but that's fine.
No, go on. Orb madness, here we go.
No, I'm not going to talk about it to orb deniers.
Please, I'm sorry, just tell me about... Please, I'm sorry, I got worked out.
No, it's fine.
Well, it's not fine, because I'm angry. And I want to know. Mighty fighty?
Yeah.
You're going to tell me about orb madness now.
I don't think it can live up to the hype at this point. So I might just say bye.
No, we desperately need to move on. Don't leave me in silence. We desperately need to seg into something else quick. We just need we need to have some little bit of smooth sailing. Don't leave me to fill the silence.
I was going to go to bed, but I've got a second.
Oh, there we go. I'll hand over.
Yeah, consider this the handover. Let me give you a little boost. I hope the legs don't kick me. No, we're fine.
Yeah, I'm trying not to be super loud because my boyfriend's in bed, but yes.
That's fine. If he wakes up, I'll smooth things over. I'll take the hit, you know.
Yeah.
Would you say your boyfriend has a head like an orb?
No. We've put that to bed. That's not the topic.
I have worked out what Markov chains are and
Yeah.
how that relates to programmatic poetry.
Perfect. This is it. This is the convo.
So, a Markov chain is something that doesn't have memory. It goes from sort of one event to the other. Like, so say there's 5 possible events, A, B, C, D, E.
Mm-hmm.
Then, if you're at B, there's some, say there's a 20% chance you go to A, 30% to C or whatever. That will always be the case anytime you get to B. So if you go A, D, B, you have those chances of getting the next event. But if you go D, A, B, you've got the same chances. Like, it doesn't matter what happens before. If you're at B, you always have the same chance of getting to the other place. So it doesn't matter what comes before. It's just like always just independent of whatever's happened. If you're at some place, you have the same chance of going.
If it has no memory and doesn't remember where you've been, does that mean it could just cycle around forever then? Because it won't.
Yeah, but
know what's already happened.
Yeah, so it sort of does, but it's with a sort of a random sort of pattern. So with so there's always like a probability to it. It's never you definitely go from B to D every time, or you and definitely go from D to B because you just sort of go back and forth between the two. But yeah, if you've got probabilities, you're sort of shuttling around all these different events sort of randomly, and it's do you know like dust motes in air sort of floating around? I think that's called Brownian motion. That can be sort of modeled like that, sort of bouncing off different things.
So it doesn't have memory in order to simulate a kind of randomness where things will affect each other and it won't. Everything always has the same chance of happening at every new decision point.
Yeah. So it's probably more of a simplification for a lot of models than anything else, I think. But it's something. Yeah. So there's no memory. Like, just if you're at some place, you know what your chances of going to the next place is.
Because it's always going to be the same.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah. So. Sorry.
I was just going to try and ask for, because that's, I mean, this isn't something that I naturally can understand, so I'm following what you're saying, but it doesn't
like read like 2 sentences on it, and
what would that mean for the world of making a poem out of a Markov chain?
Right.
How would that flow?
Yeah, so I'll explain how the poem thing works, and then I think after that explanation it can be drawn back to Markov chains. But
Okay.
it won't immediately look like a Markov chain. So you've got some text. You've got your Star Max review. Then you break it apart into little bits, which are like set numbers of words. So you have the first 5 words, the second 5 words, third 5 words. And you've sort of broken those into all those little bits. Those sets of words are called keys. Is this making sense?
Oh yeah, I'm following. Yeah.
Cool. Then you've got a database with every word in the text is linked to. Okay, yeah, you've got every word in the text. You link it. You sort of make a list of every one of these keys that begins with that word. So you say the word "the," you pick out the text, and you record that key 2 and key 25 both start with "the." Then to make the text, you select one key at random. So this thing I'm reading says "there" and "the," like say key length 3. There and there is a key. So you just select that totally at random, but then you take the last word of that key and then find all of the keys in the text that start with that key. So where, the first one ended in "the," you find the one that starts with "the," or all of the ones that start with "the," and pick one of those at random.
So it relies on there being strings of text where, auxiliary words appear more than once, so they could be used to link. It's sort of guessing the idea if someone goes "the dog," and in some other part of the text someone goes "the Haribo." you can it's banking on the assumption that you could swap out what comes after the in each instance and it would still be grammatical.
Yes, or
Okay.
like roughly. And because there's these keys, like you can vary the key length to vary like how grammatical it is. Like if you have like a key length of like 10, you know, you have 10 words that make sense together. And so it seems to make more sense, I guess.
And so the greater the key length, the more you're going to see grammatical sentences, but it will also just be stuff that's directly lifted out of the source text. It's not like newly generated sentences. But if you lower the key length, you'll get a lot more original writing, but it'll also be a lot more gobbledygook.
And yeah, that's a Markov chain because you have your key that ending in the, that's always going to have the same chance. No matter how you got to that key, that always has the same chance of picking the other key starting with the, that if you know, if you'd come to the same key 2 paragraphs earlier in the text, it has the same chances of choosing the next from the set of next keys, the set of next keys, and the chances it picks each of them doesn't change, but no matter where this key in the text is. I am not good at this one.
No, I think I get it, and it sounds like it's actually a lot simpler than you'd expect.
Yes.
Sounds like it's gettable.
Yeah. I imagine they play with things and mix it up, but that seems to be like the basic.
Yeah, because what you'd want is like, I guess you'd want some really rudimentary form of natural language processing, so you just know what kind of. There's too many synonyms in English, right? So, assuming every time someone links 2 words, it's always going to be grammatical. They'll let you down in English.
Yeah, so that's why it comes up. Like, it's good for making like Dada text, right? But it's not going to be good for tricking you into thinking a person wrote it.
Yeah, it's not going to be passing the Turing test. Good night, Arid Tracks. That's interesting. I don't know if I have any more follow-up questions. I feel like I've only just enough understood it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's all I've understood. But yeah, no, it turns out the word Markov was just like everywhere in my master's.
Right. Was Markov going to be some old mathematician or?
Yeah, so I was doing like random walks, which are the same thing as Markov chains.
You were doing what, sorry?
Random walks, which are more or less the same things as Markov chains, I think, or like a particular version of a Markov chain.
And is that a technical term, or you mean actually just mapping out walks in real space?
It's like a technical term. It's like a.
Okay.
If it's like. I can't even remember what it is. It's like.
That's fair.
You sort of do a coin flip each time, and like step like left or right, sort of thing.
I see.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's working out random routes between spaces.
Yeah.
Roomba stuff.
Yeah, it's Roomba, like they would explain that, like a drunk guy walking home, like, you know, it's like you start at one spot and like it, you know, at a random step left or right sort of thing. And if you sort of follow that model, sort of start at one spot and go left, right randomly, then that can model some stuff. Again, I think probably some of the sort of things as Markov chains. It's sort of a particular sort of Markov chain, I guess.
And what's a place where you might see this kind of modeling used? What's like a simple application of it?
So the only one I actually remember is the one I mentioned before, which is the sort of dust motes, like kicking around in air, like that sort of random, like the sort of movement that just looks completely random. What we were doing was quantum random walks, which is sort of where I can't particularly remember, but it's sort of where you go sort of left and right at the same time.
Oh, okay. That sounds spooky hard.
Yeah, it was. I mean, it all boils down to some matrix maths. It's not too bad, but I think what we were doing was we were using it to model noise. So you got one particle as your quantum thing, and then it
quantum
does
noise.
a random, but it's just a random walk to like that sort of spreads your information out, sort of thing. This is not the best thing to try and explain because I cannot even remember it.
That's fair. Quantum noise on its own sounds very cool, though.
Well, I can talk about quantum noise because that was in my PhD a lot, but I could work in it probably. Forgotten quite a bit of that.
And just to like, when we say quantum, we're just talking about like superpositions, two values sort of being true at the same time. Is that like a layman's way of understanding that?
A lot of the stuff I did, like, it's not about the noise being quantum, it's about being like some quantum process or some quantum state.
Okay.
So a lot of what I was looking at was things that use quantum physics that would be sort of, in theory, better than the classical counterpart, like quantum computing, or what I was doing was quantum metrology, which is how you measure better with quantum, like measure more precisely than you would be able to.
Right. So instead of outputting a visual representation of what has happened with an experiment, you could use sound.
No.
No. Okay. All right.
it's so like it's ways of so superposition is one of them, but there's also entanglement. There's like one or two others. That are just like qualities of quantum stuff that make these things that if you've got this quality, you can do more precise measurements than you could if you didn't have this quality. But what I mean by noise is if like to have like a superposition state, you can't look at it, right? It's the Schrodinger's cat thing. If you open the box, it's classical again. If you so if you want to keep this quality on your quantum state, it's it can be easily sort of distorted and destroyed and lessens this quantum quality. So the noise that I was looking at, sort of like, if by some model you lose some of this quantum quality, if you have like 90% of this quality, can the state still be useful? Can you still do the measurements and stuff?
So what does the word noise refer to in this?
So it's like so it sorry, that's so it's not like sound. It's like
is it like, so it's not sound as in making sound waves, it's like when you generate visual noise and that noise is just random black and white pixels. And it's about refining. Noise often is used about refining something out of that to use that for something else, some other process.
Yeah, it's more like that. It noise is just anything that can sort of. I can't think of good words for it, but like dirty.
Yeah.
Less than your the thing you want. Like
it's sort of random data points that you could use for the sake that it's like I don't know, polyfiller or something. Maybe I've just described it incredibly
but like
badly.
in a classical sense, like it can, like, if you're like reading off a thermometer and it says 28.2568 degrees and you read 28.2 degrees, like that, like your inability to read the thermometer perfectly is noise. Like it's anything that can make your like measurements or like your quantum quality sort of less good.
So this is like peeking at a classical mathematical understanding of noise, which I'm beginning to get my head around, but I've never been introduced to it before.
Yeah, so it's just like, yeah, so a lot of what I was looking at is people have already come up with these situations where quantum stuff is amazing and clever and can do all these crazy things. But what I was looking at is, can you still do any of this stuff if it's been messed with a bit and it's not quite as good as like the theoretical ideal?
I think I'm getting it right. So quantum stuff, obviously there's loads of uses for quantum states and quantum computers, or measuring certain things, whatever, right? There's applications, but measurements are going to be imperfect. So how much can we refine? Like a radio can still get quite a clear sound out of a reasonably messy analog signal, because it knows how to distinguish signal from noise. And this is the same kind of noise where there's messiness in the readings. How much can we get clear data in our measurements from despite the noise?
Yeah, that kind of thing. Yeah.
Nice, we got that.
Sorry for bringing physics into talking about.
No. This is great. This is absolutely no apology rejected. This is good stuff. I like that it has come into focus for me slowly over time. It feels like a good analogy when talking about signal and noise, from how far off I was in my understanding, and now I think I've got it.
Cool. Yeah. So yeah, whilst learning about the theoretical ideal of all the cool stuff quantum things can do, which got me into the subject, like actually researching some random like theoretical noise model that probably doesn't actually correlate with what actually happens in practical experiments that much, and applying it and just doing the maths and see what comes out, like, is not that exciting, it turns out.
Yeah, fair enough. Well, it's cool to know that there's still a lot of interesting research being done on this stuff. I don't know. Yeah. It's way over my head, but it's interesting.
Yeah. I can carry on talking about quantum metrology if you want, or I can go to bed.
It's entirely up to you. It's entirely up to you. I'm having a nice time, but I don't want to keep you from bed.
Okay. No, so I can tell you what quantum metrology is, I guess.
What was the second word?
Metrology.
Metrology.
The science of measurement and observation.
Meteorology. Oh yes, okay, I got it.
Metrology, yeah, not the weather one. Yeah, so measuring stuff. So if you do like one measurement, quantum stuff is no better than classical stuff. It's exactly the same. But it's all about like repeating measurements.
And so why is a quantum measurement repeated better than a classical measurement repeated?
So it's to do with, either entanglement or superposition. So if you repeat a measurement, like, and you take the average, like that's gonna be more precise.
Yeah, if you do something 10 times, you assume the average of those 10 times is like that's going to be the middle of the bell curve.
Yeah. So like the spread of that bell curve, that goes down with like 1 over. I can't remember which quantity it is. It's either 1 over n or 1 over n squared. Let's call it 1 over n squared. No. The width would be 1 over n, where n is the number of measurements you take.
Mm-hmm.
So, or related to that. So, you can imagine a graph going down in a straight line. The more measurements you take, it goes like down sort of linearly, right? Like if you take 100 measurements, it's going to be 10 times better than taking 10 measurements. But if you do that with a quantum experiment where you have 100 entangled quantum particles that each do the measurement sort of together, that's going to be, instead of 10 times better than the 10 particles, it'll be 100 times better. It goes down with n squared rather than with n.
And it's because you're measuring, because of the entanglement, you know that certain attributes of one particle is going to be true of all of them. So it's like you can do a lot of experiments at once in big batches. So you can take a better average of more stuff faster.
It's... I can't actually remember particularly why it was the case. But yeah, it's to do with the relationship between them, like they.
It sounds complicated.
Yeah. So I left after the PhD.
How long ago was that? How recent in your mind is this stuff?
This was, I finished September 2018. So yeah, it was 2015 to 18.
Well, that's enough time to forget a lot of stuff.
Yeah, turns out. Yeah. Decided game programming was more fun.
Yeah, it sounds less dry at least.
Yeah.
Quantum stuff has always just sounded intimidating.
Yeah, it's sort of annoying that it gets that reputation. But yeah, because people will go, "Oh, PhD in quantum physics, you must be very intelligent." It's just
It's like they're with heart surgery and rocket science for like the byword for impossibly hard.
But it's just something you've studied for a while, right? Like I think having that said to you enough times, you sort of get. It's more driven home how little that word means and how, the classical idea of an intelligence doesn't really mean anything. There's lots of different types of intelligence. Like, I've got a PhD in quantum physics, but it still took me 4 times to pass a driving test or whatever, and like, it doesn't really mean anything. Like, just because I'm better at quantum physics or something, it doesn't mean I'm better at absolutely anything else. Like, intelligence is a meaningless term, I think.
I'm not a big fan of the idea of intelligence, and if you look over the last 200 years of what that concept has been used for, it's just been a lot of racism and eugenics. I don't think it's really served many people very well.
Yeah,
And-
it's things like the Mensa and stuff. I don't understand of people being very proud that they're in this club of very intelligent people when it's such a narrow definition of intelligence.
Yeah, exactly. And the things that those tests test for are very specific and
you can train in them.
and you would think if they are trainable in at all, they're not really measuring some kind of immutable innate quality. They're showing some very specific skills that I feel like it was to try and capture a group of people who, the same kind of class and group of people that were putting together the test to ensure that that class and group will still maintain whatever power and status they have, but now they've got this sciencey looking justification for it, which is I actually have a quality in my brain, which means I'm suited to be powerful.
That quality is I want to feel superior to everyone else, and I have the time and money to put into training to claim that.
And like what we're talking about with there isn't a good public understanding of quantum physics, and it's just used as kind of a byword for the boffins. There isn't an incredibly good public communication of especially science, but I do want to say anything like general public dissemination of new ideas in any discipline is pretty poor. I don't know whether I want to say in the UK or just it's just not a thing that anywhere has cracked particularly well.
As time goes on, the ideas get more sort of refined as they get sort of taught to more generations, and so they sort of learn to boil it down more. Like when we learn, I mean, it doesn't matter what it means, but Maxwell's equations are a sort of important physics thing. But when we learn, you can write four very short equations, and that's it. But if you look at the original Maxwell, the paper where they come from, it is absolutely impenetrable. It's impossible to understand. It's just enormous swathes of maths, and by the time it gets 3 generations down, maybe more, whatever it was, probably a couple of 100 years later, I guess, where we're taught, and it's just these 4 really short equations. I think things get boiled down to their sort of key ideas over time, and it's easier to share them. So new ideas, they're sort of a bit all over the place, and it's quite hard to actually share that stuff.
I mean, that's useful as well, that over time concepts that seemed very difficult to communicate just get simplified. So otherwise if the time it takes to train someone in a discipline is forever increasing, then people go, okay, great, I'm now the newest mathematician and I've done my PhD and I'm 90 years old. Time to contribute 2 years of new research and then die.
Yeah.
I think STEM gets quite mystified. For as much as every country in the first world, investment in STEM is the economic plan. Something about the way it's been, I don't know, the way the PR for getting into STEM is, it makes STEM seem, I don't know, I always think people's perception of it is just the Big Bang Theory.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know how the efforts actually appear to the kids they're trying to involve, but yeah.
I think there's definitely an uptick. I think there's an uptick definitely of kids thinking that STEM is something interesting to get into, and that computer science in particular, I think finally is less specialized and reified amongst only the nerdiest Kids in the
Yeah, I
school.
think so. Because like when I was like a teenager, I never knew that was a thing you could do. I thought, you know, it was, as you said, like this like impossibly complicated thing that I could never learn. It was only luck that, you know, doing a physics PhD, you get a module on it, right?
Mm.
And you know that's my job now, just by luck coming across it in physics. Like, yeah, would have never chosen it for A level because the first time, no, it wasn't even offered at art school. But now, you know, you talk to kids and they're all playing with like Scratch and stuff.
Mm.
It's definitely coming in earlier, I think.
And that's, I guess it goes back to what we're talking about, this idea of like intelligence and these like hyper impressive specialisms. It's like, I think for the most part, I believe most people can learn whatever they want to put their mind to. People have difficulties with putting their mind to certain things, and people's interests are, people don't decide what their interests are, right? People just respond to certain things and they don't know why. But I think it speaks to something that, like, so many of these things just boil down to, like, were you given access to think about this as something you could do? And if you feel in any way that this is something only for, like, super smart people, which I think is like a perception, I think it's a perception in children. The idea that super smart as a term is always refers to other people, right? What kind of psychotic and insufferable child would be like, I'm one of the smartest people? That's not a child I want to hang out with.
I don't think I was a child you'd want to. I don't think I was like, I'm super smart, but I think.
Oh no, that's what I'm saying, right? You fell into it by luck, and I think.
Yeah.
And that means that for a long time you were probably, it was something that would have interested you. Something if you'd known about it sooner, you would have pursued. But for some reason there was a lack of access. There's some sort of problem in giving people access to the option at a more formative age.
Yeah, for sure. And yeah, especially now it's so huge. Like they're always, you know, programmers are always in demand. So it makes sense to.
I did this gig in Reading, and I didn't know at the time, but like Reading is the Silicon Valley of the UK, and we're just there's a list of banned jokes about computers. No one could do anything about turning it off and on again and stuff. Don't make jokes about IT. They've all heard it and they hate it. It was fun for me at a gig where I was just told, do not mention computer science. Everyone here does the same job.
Right.
You off to bed?
I think so. Have I scared everyone else off to bed?
I think we're all good. Thank you very much for explaining all that stuff. Thank you for sharing.
Sorry, it didn't make too much sense. Yeah, I tried. Yeah, no, thank you for having me.
I think you explained it all very well. Thank you very much.
Alright, good night.
Good night. And you know, I think I might be winding down as well. I can sense my own brain. I find out that I'm tired by watching how I play the game and going, these are not the actions of someone who's thinking about their behaviour. I think I will try to show you the giant that is a boss up here. And I think they're a bit of a puzzle boss, but I need an item for them that I don't have. Has been a big night for me. I've because I've been doing this, I haven't really remembered that's bullshit. But goodness, what a stupid idea that still turned out to be okay. One unacceptably stupid idea that nevertheless turned out all right. If I had ever pitched that to someone, then they just would have given me a weird look. But it was all right. We made it work. Do you know what I mean? It's weird to think, oh yeah, that was just earlier tonight. That was literally the thing we did before this. I'd love to be this guy. I like playing Dark Souls thinking, who do I want to be? I think this guy. I'd love to be this guy. These completely useless wings. Ow. Heck. Okay, so the wings are actually pretty good shields. Even more reason to be this guy. I don't know if I'd want to be made out of rock. I think I'd need new furniture. I think I'd need to move house if I was this guy. But maybe I'm playing the game wrong if I start thinking about that. If I'm a golem, I shouldn't be worrying about furniture. Probably won't even feel the cold. Probably don't need to sit down. Wow, this guy's actually really hard to do anything against. This guy's really smart. I hate him. I'd love to stay hunched in a buttress. So, I need an item in order to do the next guy. When I went to fight these guys before, I ended up against one of those golems. Where's the goat? Is there a golem that's going to come down? There he is. There's a golem up here. There we go. Golem unleashed. Okay. Need the golem to come to me because I don't want all those bridesmaids coming. Just a guess, they might not be bridesmaids. Just a guess. Oh wow. Big. Oh yeah. I always used to say golem. But I've been hearing golem non-stop for the last 5 years, but it hasn't sunk in. Golem is almost certainly wrong. I think it's golem, but I've just always been saying golem. I've been saying golem since I met Golem the Pokemon. And I feel like when you've been making a mistake since that age, you just got to call it a dialect. Dialect is a mistake you've been making since you were in primary school. Maybe I could just abuse the cover afforded by this pillar? Is that valid? Is that valid? No, please. Please treat me with respect. I'd love a game. I think I've already said this. I think I said it every time I play Dark Souls. I'd love a game where it's hard and you play it, but if you say to the enemies, please leave me alone, I've had a hard week, they all go easy on you. Please leave me alone, I'm tired, I just want to do this bit. And then suddenly like everything's only on half health. I don't know why no one's made that game. It would obviously be popular. People would say, oh, that makes the game too easy, but they'd appreciate it when they're playing it. Is it Yiddish or Hebrew? It's definitely a Jewish myth, but I couldn't break it down any further than that. I've never really looked into the origins. So a golem originally was like a guy made out of a hardened clay or something? Or mud, or... And you put some instructions in. Like dig a hole and then go off and do it. That sounds great. It's a robot. It's so smart because that's just a robot. And if someone back then, I don't know when we're talking, 3,000 years ago, 4,000 years ago, just like, I've just come up with the idea of a robot. Wow, that's so smart. That won't be relevant for ages. Okay, I'm going to show off this big giant and then we're going to go to bed because it's late. And I'm nearly 6 hours in. 6 hours into this stream. I won't be able to kill this guy. I think I need a big sword. So we're just going to look at him really. Do I definitely not have that sword? Yeah, I don't know where it is. I need to actually explore, and I don't like exploring. I just like running and dodging. So we'll just look at him. We'll just look at the giant for a bit. Yes. Robot. I thought it was Russian. Robot is a Russian word. I don't know. Do you know, I used to have this... I go back and forth about, like, etymological arguments about the problematic nature of a word. And, I was reading something by an anarchist writer that I quite like, who's saying, like, there's certain kinds of policing of language. Like, if you have to be told that something's problematic because someone found something out that, like, no one who really uses language has any aware of, it just feels like it's not... it boils down to not anything worth worrying about at the least. And that sometimes it's kind of it's sometimes quite classed language policing. Robot is Czech. I guess I'm wrong. Like, if there are Czech people alive now and it's part of contemporary Czech, but I thought it was a really old word, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe the discussion I brought into it doesn't apply here. Good night, child, but I will be going to sleep. Oh, I said I'd be going to sleep after I saw this giant. And then I did see the giant, and I'm still here. I don't know how I feel about it, because I feel quite strict on myself. And I hit up against certain walls between, like, I don't want to say that, but also I don't want to talk weird by coming up with neologisms to, like, skirt around words that are largely considered normal. We're talking about intelligence earlier, and especially, like, intelligence-based pejorative language I struggle with a lot. Because it's very... it's becoming very difficult when you want to say, look, the way this person's thinking about something is just wrong and bad. And it's sometimes quite hard to, like, find the language when you're not, you know, you're not on full IQ mode. You just want to express yourself simply amongst friends. This guy's yawn. I can't beat him. I don't have the thing. You have a willing robot. You can have a pig who wants to be eaten. I don't know. I feel like I'm winding down for bed and slightly reluctant to enter into any thought experiments. It's there. Oh, thank you, Laub. I thought it was going to be in another room. All right, let's kill him. Let's actually get this idiot. Okay, so I need to. I don't know which sword is the sword. Ow. I don't know which sword is the sword. Doesn't matter. Oh, that's fine. I'm not talking about personal choice, really. I guess I'm more talking when, like, it becomes part of language policing. I'm just... I'm becoming... I'm rescinding. I'm going to bed. I'm not going to pull at the thread. I'm going to bed. Good night, everyone. Thank you so much for your company. Thank you for playing with me. Thank you for being my friends. I am good night. If there is anyone lurking who is not in our Discord, wants to find out about more things happening in the future, we have quite a diverse array of streams, and we have a wonderful Discord community of absolute freaks. Here is where you can join in. Please pop in, say hello to us. We are always glad of new faces. I will be back Wednesday, Friday, maybe something else. I do want to finish Super Metroid, and I don't want to use one of my normal evening streams to do it. I'll just find a time that Jade can come and hang out, and I'll finish Super Metroid. Okay, everyone. Wow, my throat's going. My voice is going. Good night. Goodbye. I will see you later. Enjoy your weekend. And goodbye.